Raccoon City wasn't lost overnight. It was a slow collapse. One infection, one cover-up, one bad decision after another, until there was nothing left to save. Tonight, we're going through the complete story of Raccoon City, from the very first infection all the way to the night. The government decided a missile strike was cleaner than the truth. If you're enjoying the channel, subscribing takes 2 seconds, and it's the best way to show your support. I see every like, and I appreciate every one of them. The corporate hub, Raccoon City, functioned as a Midwestern facade of industrial prosperity. Once a small town, it was transformed into a corporate city through Umbrella's massive investment. The pharmaceutical giant funded the local hospitals, the RPD, and the public transit. This financial saturation ensured that the municipal infrastructure was entirely dependent on the corporate presence. The city was a successful model of urban colonization. By 1998, nearly every citizen was an indirect employee of the company. This economic dependency turned the entire population into a captured resource. The social order was managed through subsidized projects and corporate branding. Raccoon City operated as a giant, closed-loop laboratory for viral research. The citizens lived in a manufactured peace, while the company utilized their home for biological testing. The layout featured a dense downtown district and an expansive suburban perimeter. The municipal map was a tactical grid designed to facilitate the transport of secret materials. Every public service was a front for a deeper industrial objective. The citizens walked over a network of subterranean laboratories every day. Raccoon City was a pristine cage with a silent master. The organization utilized the city to hide its most dangerous experiments from the federal gaze. The local media was restricted by corporate handlers who suppressed any negative reports. This absolute control ensured that the prehistoric fire remained a secret for 3 decades. The city was a trophy of the pharmaceutical arms race. It was a beautiful graveyard waiting for a spark. The infrastructure was built with the intentional vulnerability to corporate override. The pharmaceutical giant possessed the keys to the municipal locks and the local law. The city was not a home for the people. It was a strategic asset for the board of directors. Raccoon City was a clinical success in the management of a human ecosystem. The prosperity was a mask for a viral nightmare. Part 2. William Birkin and Nest. The underground laboratory. Beneath the city sat Nest, a billion-dollar facility hidden by the very infrastructure Umbrella built. This subterranean laboratory was an industrial masterpiece of sterile light and high-tech equipment. It functioned as the primary hub for the refinement of the company's most lethal pathogens. The facility was entirely independent of the surface world, possessing its own security protocols. Nest was the heart of the biological conspiracy. William Birkin was a brilliant but sociopathic scientist who led the subterranean research. He spent 30 years in the dark perfecting the G virus for the organization. Unlike the T virus, which produces mindless zombies, the G strain was designed to create a self-evolving god. Birkin viewed his work as a personal masterpiece that surpassed the limits of the human genome. The scientist was a man of cold ambition and zero empathy. To Birkin, the city above wasn't a home. It was a source of test subjects. He viewed the population as a raw material for his adaptive experiments. The municipal sewers provided a secret artery for the transport of biological waste and human resources. Birkin's focus was the total rewrite of the species through a viral catalyst. The laboratory was the nursery for his new god. The facility featured a series of specialized zones for the cultivation of bioorganic weapons. It possessed an automated self-destruct system to ensure the total erasure of evidence in a terminal event. The research conducted here was a documented violation of every international treaty. Nest was a factory of death that turned the biology of the host into a marketable asset. The prehistoric fire was managed by a man who sought to own the future. The hidden nature of the lab was a clinical triumph for the corporate secrecy. The citizens of Raccoon City were unaware of the mountain of viral rot beneath their feet. Birkin monitored the progress of his pathogens with a detached focus, recording the data for a global war. The laboratory was a pristine tomb where the human spirit was discarded. The G virus was the prize that would burn the city down. Part 3. Chief Brian Irons, the corrupt enforcer. The RPD wasn't led by a lawman, but by a taxidermist and serial killer. Brian Irons was a high-level operative on Umbrella's payroll to suppress any investigations into the Arklay Mansion incident. He utilized his professional authority to protect the corporate interest and to liquidate any witness who challenged the status quo. Irons was a predator who wore the uniform of the law. The chief was the industrial shield for the pharmaceutical giant. He utilized his bribe money to buy rare art and flesh out his private, macabre collection. Irons transformed his office into a gallery of death, featuring the stuffed remains of his victims. His psychological decay was a documented secret that the company used as leverage. He viewed the city's collapse as an artistic opportunity for his final masterpiece. The chief was a monster who thrived in the corporate rot. Irons ensured that the RPD's riot response plans were intentionally crippled before the outbreak began. He scattered the ammunition and locked the emergency exits to ensure the total destruction of his own officers. He wanted to watch the municipal order dissolve into a pool of blood and fear. The precinct was a trap built by the man who was supposed to guard the door. Irons was a traitor who traded the lives of his men for a collection of bones. The corruption reached into every corner of the police department. Irons manipulated the internal reports to hide the evidence of the viral shipments and the underground labs. He was a professional actor who played the role of a grieving leader while recording the data of the apocalypse. The chief was a reaper who worked from the center of the station. He was a man of zero honor and absolute greed. His relationship with the organization was a documented transaction of power for blood. Irons understood that the company provided the fuel for his private fantasies. He remained a loyal dog until the moment the fire reached the precinct halls. The chief was a visceral record of the human element's failure in Raccoon City. He was a killer who had been given a city to burn. Part 4. The UBCS, the Disposable Army. The UBCS was marketed as a rescue operation, but they were disposable assets. This private military service was comprised of war criminals and mercenaries seeking reduced sentences. They were the raw material for a global experiment in urban warfare. The organization utilized these men to secure the municipal perimeter and to monitor the performance of the T-virus. The mercenaries were an industrial shield for the corporate guilt. The soldiers were deployed not to save civilians, but to provide Umbrella with real-world combat data against bioorganic weapons. Every engagement with the necrotic swarms was recorded by secret observers and internal data chips. The mercenaries moved through the burning streets with a professional focus, unaware that their handlers had already signed their death warrants. The unit was a clinical test of the human soldier against the viral god. The recruitment process targeted the most dangerous exiles from the international conflicts. These men possessed the tactical skills needed to survive a high-risk biological environment. However, their lives were categorized as a secondary resource by the board of directors. The UBCS was a military facade used to hide the total lack of corporate empathy. The soldiers were as disposable as the citizens they were sent to protect. The presence of the mercenaries provided a false hope for the survivors in the downtown district. The citizens saw the uniforms and the heavy weaponry and believed that the government had arrived. In reality, the UBCS was a collection of predators who were being led into a slaughterhouse. The unit was a documented success for the organization's logistics. The mercenaries were the ghosts of a failed rescue. The tactical composition of the squads allowed for a rapid response to the biological fire. They possessed the training to engage the specialized mutations that the local police could not match. But the mission parameters were a lie built on a foundation of industrial sin. The UBCS was a reaper that was being consumed by the very fire it was sent to manage. The soldiers were the final witnesses to the corporate end. The end began in the dark of the underground facility. Umbrella's USS Alpha team, led by the legendary HUNK, cornered William Birkin in his primary lab on September 22nd. The mission was a surgical strike to retrieve the G virus and terminate the scientist's unauthorized negotiation with the government. The elite operatives moved through the clean rooms with a mechanical efficiency. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and industrial tension. Birkin refused to hand over his life's work to the company that had betrayed him. He viewed the G virus as his personal property and his only ticket to absolute power. He attempted to destroy the samples to prevent the corporate theft, triggering a sudden escalation in the lab. The Alpha team responded with a hail of submachine gun fire, liquidating the scientist where he stood. The architect was gunned down in a room of glass and steel. The gunfire shattered the vials and the sterile peace of the facility. Birkin collapsed among the ruins of his research, his blood mixing with the prehistoric fire on the floor. HUNK secured the primary case, maintaining a professional detachment during the total collapse of the protocol. The team prepared for immediate extraction through the municipal sewers. The spark had been lit in the heart of the corporate city. The shooting was a documented failure for the organization's containment strategy. They had successfully retrieved the scythe, but they had murdered the man who knew how to hold it. The laboratory was transformed from a place of science into a crime scene for the apocalypse. The USS moved into the dark, unaware that the Reaper was already changing. The spark was a single bullet in a room of ghosts. The organization monitored the engagement from a distance, recording the data of the first breach. They realized that the scientist was no longer a viable asset and prioritized the security of the viral payload. The Alpha team moved toward the extraction point, their boots clicking on the metal floor. The city above was sleeping, unaware that the countdown had reached 0. The nightmare was moving toward the sewer pipes. Birkin injected himself with the only thing he had left, the G virus. This was a terminal decision made by a man who refused to die as a corporate pawn. His body didn't just heal, it underwent an absolute cellular rewrite that bypassed the laws of nature. The mutation was a visceral demonstration of the adaptive power of the new god. Birkin was officially dead, and the creature known as G was born. The mutation transformed the scientist into a hulking beast, with a giant, lidless eye in the shoulder. He possessed a supernatural physical strength and an unyielding instinct to protect his genetic legacy. G hunted the Alpha team into the municipal sewers, moving through the dark tunnels with a predatory grace. The elite unit was unprepared for an enemy that could regenerate through submachine gun fire. The sewers were a tactical slaughterhouse. Birkin ripped the USS operatives apart with his bare hands, leaving only HUNK alive in the shadows. The dismembered remains of the team were scattered through the biological waste of the city. This engagement was a documented proof of the G virus's superiority over the human soldier. The creature was an engine of pure viral rage that sought to reclaim the stolen samples. The Reaper had found a master in the dark. HUNK survived the encounter through his own absolute tactical resilience and a high level of situational awareness. He watched as his men were liquidated by the monster, recording the data for his final report. The G creature moved deeper into the drainage system, its form evolving with every second. The sewers were a nursery for the new god. The injection was the final word of a man who had sold his soul for a claw. The biological reality of the transformation was a record of the total integration of the virus with the host. Birkin's consciousness was being erased by the prehistoric fire, replaced by a primitive need to spread the seed. The creature was a ticking biological bomb in the heart of the city. The injection was the catalyst for the final 72 hours. The Reaper was loose in the pipes. Part 7. The broken vials. The sewer contamination. During the slaughter of the Alpha team, several T-virus vials were crushed on the floor of the municipal sewers. The concentrated liquid leaked into the stagnant water and the biological waste of the drainage system. This leakage was immediately consumed by the local sewer rats, who became the primary vectors for the apocalypse. Within hours, the rats began to transport the prehistoric fire to every corner of the city. The contamination was a documented success for the microscopic Reaper. The virus entered the city's water supply and the primary drainage networks through the infected vermin. The rats moved from the sewers to the kitchens and the bathrooms of the unsuspecting citizens. This created an exponential infection rate that the RPD was never prepared to handle. The municipal infrastructure became a high-speed delivery system for the viral rot. The city was inhaling the apocalypse through its own taps. The contamination was a silent process that bypassed the initial municipal security. The citizens continued their daily routines, unaware that their water was a toxic soup of engineered horror. The rats were the messengers of the corporate end, carrying the scythe into the homes of the innocent. The broken vials were the seeds of a planetary disaster. Raccoon City was a target that had been struck from within. The technical failure of the sewer containment was a clinical record of the corporate hubris. They had built a world of sterile light and had failed to secure the dark. The virus thrived in the moisture of the tunnels, rewriting the local ecology into a predatory nightmare. The sewers were a laboratory of black water and industrial sin. The spark had found its fuel in the rats. The organization monitored the spread with a detached interest, recording the speed of the municipal collapse. They realized that the T-virus had successfully established a foothold in the urban environment. The broken vials were the definitive signal for the start of the slow burn. The nightmare was moving through the pipes toward the surface world. The city was already dead. It just hadn't stopped breathing yet. It wasn't an overnight collapse. The Raccoon City incident began with a localized slow burn. For a week, the cannibal disease spread through the urban population, through itchy skin and flu-like symptoms. The citizens experienced a progressive loss of motor coordination and an increasing state of mental fragmentation. The T virus was slowly rewriting the nervous systems of the hosts, preparing them for the final necrotic shift. The slow burn was the death of the social contract. The RPD treated the early attacks as isolated riots and localized instances of urban violence. The officers were unaware that the people they were arresting were literally dead on their feet. The jails were filled with infected individuals who were entering the final stages of the viral cycle. The municipal leadership failed to recognize the biological signature of the prehistoric fire. The city was a laboratory where the subjects were losing their humanity. The early victims exhibited an absolute lack of empathy and a primal hunger for healthy tissue. The reports of cannibalistic murders increased in the downtown district, creating an atmosphere of quiet terror. The citizens stayed in their homes, believing that the police could manage the riot situation. In reality, the police were the first to be consumed by the microscopic reaper. The slow burn was a period of intense biological pressure. The local hospital was flooded with patients seeking a miracle for the itchy fever. The medical staff utilized the standard protocols for a flu outbreak, unknowingly facilitating the spread of the virus. Every ward became an incubator for the necrotic swarms. The organization monitored the decay with a clinical focus, recording the performance of the social order. The city was a funeral pyre that hadn't been lit yet. The psychological impact of the slow burn was a recorded proof of the virus's effectiveness. The people of Raccoon City were being erased from the inside out, their memories replaced by a viral void. The social infrastructure was unable to manage the volume of the sick. The cannibal disease was a documented achievement for the corporate board. The fire was in the blood of the neighbors. General was the first municipal structure to suffer a total collapse. As the influx of sick patients turned into a wave of the undead, the medical staff became the first casualties of the biological war. The wards were transformed into an industrial slaughterhouse within a single night. The facility was no longer a place of healing. It was a nursery for the necrotic swarms. The hospital was a documented tomb of failed containment. The sterile corridors were painted with the blood of the doctors and the patients. The T virus utilized the concentrated population of the facility to achieve an absolute saturation of the local area. The hospital became a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its history written in the records of the dying. The medical staff were heroes who had been reduced to biological statistics. The fire was in the halls of the general. The collapse of the medical infrastructure signaled the end of the social order. The citizens realized that there was no miracle and no safety in the city. The hospital was a visceral record of the prehistoric fire's reach, showing that even the elite were vulnerable to the microscopic reaper. The organization monitored the collapse with a clinical interest, recording the data on the viral expansion in a dense environment. The graveyard was full. The facility was eventually neutralized by the infected swarms, leaving the survivors to face the night alone. The hospital was a signal to the rest of the city that the apocalypse had officially arrived. The doctors were the first witnesses to the total failure of the pharmaceutical promise. The general was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The nightmare was moving toward the precinct. The technical failure of the hospital containment was a documented proof of the corporate influence within the medical community. The patents had been treated as raw material for the clinical trials, their bodies used to test the stability of the viral vaccines. This discovery was a high-level secret that would eventually lead to the destruction of the city. The hospital was the heart of the slow burn. The fire was reaching the terminal stage. By the 26th, the police station was a fortress of marble and steel. Officers like Marvin Branner barricaded the main doors and the service entrances, turning the precinct into a sanctuary for the few remaining survivors. They worked to secure the internal hallways and the storage rooms, providing a tactical barrier against the necrotic swarms. However, the fortress was a documented trap built on a foundation of industrial betrayal. The station was a cage for the doomed. Due to Chief Iron's sabotage, the officers were low on ammo and high on fear. The chief had scattered the tactical gear and disabled the municipal communication lines, ensuring the total isolation of his own men. The officers fought with a desperate resolve, holding the line against an enemy that did not recognize the law. Every bullet was a recorded cost in the struggle for survival. The RPD was a documented altar where the municipal honor was being sacrificed. The precinct was eventually overrun from within as their own injured comrades turned into the monsters they were fighting. The holding cells and the medical bays became the sites of the final struggle. The officers watched as their partners became the necrotic swarms, a visceral proof of the viral betrayal. The last stand was a struggle for the survival of the human soul. The station was no longer a safe haven. It was an industrial graveyard. Marvin Branner remained the moral anchor for the remaining unit, guiding the survivors through the dark corridors. He possessed a high state of professional integrity that refused to bow to the biological fire. He was a hero who had been reduced to a target by his own leadership. The RPD was an archive of failure, its history written in the blood of the men who held the line. The fire was in the hall. The technical failure of the police response was a clinical success for the organization's audit. They monitored the collapse of the law with a detached focus, recording the tactical errors of the officers. The station was a laboratory where the human element was being erased by the fire. The fortress trap was the definitive law beat for the end of the 1998 social contract. The surveillance grid provided the company with an absolute reach into the private lives of the citizens. They recorded the final phone calls and the desperate messages of the dying, turning the human tragedy into an industrial statistic. Every necrotic mutation and every tactical failure was a documented success for the corporate board. Raccoon City was a laboratory with a one-way mirror. The organization was the shadow that followed the survivors. The clinical nature of the observation was a documented act of professional nihilism. The corporate handlers realized that extraction was impossible and that the sterilization was the only way to sanitize the evidence. They waited for the final strike to ensure that the maximum amount of data was gathered. The city was a funeral pyre that the company had built to test the heat. The watch was a clinical proof of the total lack of empathy in the corporate god. The data collection focused on the lethality of the swarms and the structural decay of the municipal services. They utilized the information to refine the Super Soldier project and the future viral strains. The organization was the only entity that knew the true scale of the disaster. Raccoon City was a documented triumph for the biological arms race. The citizens were the fuel for a global experiment. The Reaper was taking notes. The Watch also monitored the performance of the UBCS and the specialized BOWs in the field. They were piecing together the map of the next evolution, while the world was focused on the immediate fire. The organization was the master of the ending, ensuring that no witness survived to expose the truth. Raccoon City was a memory of stone and ash, but the data was a permanent reality. The watch was the heartbeat of the conspiracy. Since the July mansion incident, Jill Valentine had been under house arrest and constant surveillance. Her reports on the Umbrella Corporation and the biological atrocities in the Arklay Mountains were buried by the corrupt leadership of Chief Irons. She was a professional hero who had been reduced to a prisoner in her own apartment. Watching the city she tried to save dissolve into a nightmare. The survivor was a witness who was being erased by the law. The 2 months of isolation were a clinical attempt to break her tactical resolve and her moral focus. Jill remained an operative of high character, utilizing her time to gather evidence and build a private investigation. However, the corporate influence was absolute, ensuring that her voice remained a silent echo in the municipal dark. She was a guardian who had been locked away by the Reapers. The apartment was a cage made of records and fear. By the 28th, the social order had completely collapsed outside her window. Jill watched as the streets were consumed by the necrotic swarms, realizing that the apocalypse she had predicted had finally arrived. She possessed the tactical training to survive the night, but she was a solitary actor in a world of industrial monsters. The hero was a survivor who was fighting for her own life. The city was a graveyard that she was trying to escape. The psychological impact of the isolation was a documented weight on her professional soul. She felt the guilt of the citizens who were dying while she was trapped behind a locked door. Jill moved through her apartment with a directed resolve, her mind already piecing together her exit plan. She was a STARS officer who refused to be a biological statistic. The night was breaking into a world of fire. The surveillance of her apartment was a documented proof of the organization's paranoia. They realized that Jill Valentine was a primary threat to their secrecy and were prepared to liquidate her at any cost. The apartment was a laboratory where the survivor was being monitored by the god. The 2 months were the preamble to the final confrontation. The prisoner was about to become the hunter. The fire was reaching the door. At 8:07 p.m. on September 28th, the wall of Jill's apartment exploded into a shower of concrete and glass. The Nemesis T-type, a relentless pursuer programmed to execute STARS members, was unleashed into the urban war zone. This wasn't a random zombie. It was the intelligent, industrial hunter that would follow her until she was dead. The biological god had arrived to finalize the corporate cleanup. The encounter was the terminal act of her house arrest. The Nemesis moved with a supernatural physical output and a mechanical focus that ignored the laws of human movement. He utilized his massive size to crush the environmental barriers, his eyes fixed on the survivor. Jill was forced to utilize her tactical training to bypass the direct engagement, realizing that her handgun was a minor inconvenience for the Reaper. The apartment was a death zone where the law was replaced by the logic of the scythe. The hunter was here. The encounter was a documented proof of the organization's ability to build a sentient biological weapon. The Nemesis was the peak of the Tyrant Project, a being that possessed the intelligence to follow complex tactical commands. He was a Reaper who had been given a name and a mission. Jill was a target who had been marked for industrial erasure. The chase was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the hero and the god. The wall was the first shot in the final war. Jill moved through the burning hallways of her building, her mind already calculating the logistics of her escape. She realized that the nemesis was a variable she could not outrun through simple physical speed. She had to utilize the environment and her own tactical intellect to stay ahead of the executioner. The encounter was a clinical test of her situational awareness. The hero was a shadow in the fire. The pursuer was a machine of viral rage. The first encounter established the stakes of the final 72 hours. Jill was no longer just fighting the zombies. She was fighting a corporate god who refused to stay deceased. The nemesis was a message from the pharmaceutical board. No witness would survive. The apartment was a memory of stone and ash, but the chase was a permanent reality. The pursuer was always one step behind, his voice a recorded echo of the corporate sin. The hunter was ready. The chicken heart of stars couldn't outrun his past. Jill watched in horror as her friend and pilot, Brad Vickers, was cornered and bitten by a necrotic swarm outside a local bar. His death was the final nail in the coffin for the Stars' legacy in Raccoon City. The hunters had officially become the hunted. Brad was a hero who had lost his tactical resolve to the absolute terror of the biological fire. The bar was the stage for the funeral of the Arklay survivors. Brad's transformation was a visceral demonstration of the total war between the human soul and the T-virus. He moved with erratic and violent aggression, his human identity being erased by the viral void. Jill was forced to witness the end of her last ally in the city, a documented trauma that tested her moral focus. The pilot was a biological statistic in a world of industrial monsters. The bar was a sanctuary that had been breached by the microscopic Reaper. The death was total. The psychological impact of Brad's fall was absolute for the remaining survivor. She realized that the organization was systematically liquidating every person who had seen the face of the god. The chicken heart had died in a world of fire and ash, his name etched into the records of the 1998 disaster. Jill moved past the bar with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the mission of survival. The hero was a solitary actor in a graveyard of legends. The stars were falling. The encounter with the infected pilot provided the nemesis with a tactical opening to corner Jill. The pursuer monitored the death of the pilot with a detached focus, recording the data for the corporate archives. The organization realized that the Arklay chapter was reaching its terminal end. Every death was a documented success for the industrial cleanup operation. The bar was a memory of blood and iron. The pursuer was moving toward the target. Ultimately, the death of Brad Vickers was the definitive law beat for the end of the old world. It proved that the prehistoric fire required a human price to be contained. The pilot was a hero who had been reduced to a target by his own company. Jill Valentine was the last guardian of the truth, a woman who carried the memory of the mansion into the final apocalypse. The stars were gone, and the Reaper was here. The fire was in the blood. Jill encountered Carlos Oliveira and his team of UBCS mercenaries during her initial movement through the downtown streets. While Carlos appeared to be a genuine soldier seeking to protect the civilians, Jill's history with Umbrella made her rightfully paranoid. She saw the mercenaries for what they were, a corporate army cleaning up a corporate mess. She maintained a professional distance, realizing that the UBCS was a tool of the board of directors. The alliance was a tactical necessity in a world of necrotic swarms. The arrival of the mercenaries provided the urban center with a high state of ballistic pressure. Carlos and his team utilized their tactical training to clear the path toward the municipal tram, providing a temporary shield for the survivors. However, Jill was an auditor of the apocalypse who understood the hidden mission parameters of the unit. She viewed the soldiers as disposable assets who were being led into a slaughterhouse. The partnership was a tactical lie that she utilized to survive the night. The relationship between Jill and Carlos was characterized by an absolute lack of trust and a shared instinct for survival. Carlos was a man of high tactical integrity who believed in the mission of rescue, unaware of the industrial sin that had fueled the outbreak. Jill provided the local knowledge and the investigative intel needed to navigate the city traps. Together, they were an effective unit that challenged the logic of the corporate reapers. The soldier was a shield for the hero. The UBCS presence was a documented success for the organization's logistics. They had successfully deployed a private army to act as the raw material for the biological audit. Jill monitored the performance of the mercenaries with a clinical focus, recording the data for her own report. She realized that the soldiers were the first witnesses to the total failure of the pharmaceutical promise. The corporate army was a funeral pyre for the industrial honor. The fire was in the uniforms. The arrival of the unit marked the transition from a localized panic to an absolute war zone. The streets were filled with the sound of automatic fire and the roars of the mutated swarms. Jill moved through the wreckage with a directed resolve, her mind already on the extraction point. She realized that the UBCS was a ticking clock for the global security. The soldiers were the messengers of the end, and the hero was the one who held the keys to the future. The corporate army was ready. The true nature of the UBCS was revealed with absolute clarity through the actions of Nikolai Zinoviev in a commercial storefront downtown. Jill Valentine witnessed the cold execution of an infected teammate named Murphy Seeker, an expert marksman who had been wounded during the urban transit. Nikolai delivered a terminal shot to the head of his fellow soldier without a single moment of hesitation or professional regret. This was not an act of human mercy designed to end a friend's suffering. It was a clinical removal of a compromised biological asset. The execution served as the first confirmation that the corporate army was composed of reapers who viewed their own kin as disposable data points. Murphy Seeker had been a high-character operative who sought to utilize his tactical skills to protect the civilian population. His infection was a documented failure of the UBCS containment protocols, proving that the microscopic reaper ignored the rank of the host. Nikolai monitored the progression of the virus in Murphy's system with a detached focus, recording the data for his private archives before pulling the trigger. The storefront was a silent witness to the total lack of empathy within the corporate hierarchy. The soldier was a hero who had been reduced to a target by his own unit leader. The psychological impact of the execution was a visceral beat in Jill's professional assessment of the mercenaries. She realized that the soldiers were not just victims of the T-virus, but participants in an industrial game of liquidation. Nikolai's efficiency was a documented symptom of the supervisor program, where the mission parameters favored the data over the personnel. The blood of the marksman was the price of the corporate cleanup. Jill moved away from the scene with a directed resolve, her trust in the UBCS reaching absolute zero. The Reaper was standing in the uniform of her ally. Nikolai utilized the death of Murphy to reinforce the cold logic of the mission to Carlos Oliveira and the other survivors. He argued that the necrotic shift was an absolute reality that required an absolute response. This ideological conflict created a permanent rift within the squad, as Carlos clung to a human sense of loyalty. The operative was a professional who utilized the trauma of his team to maintain his own tactical control. The execution was a clinical success for the organization's audit. The storefront was a funeral pyre for the brotherhood of the unit. The biological reality of the infection in Murphy showed the rapid acceleration of the viral load under extreme combat stress. He had exhibited the early signs of the cannibal disease, including the loss of motor coordination and the increase in autonomic aggression. Nikolai recognized these markers as the terminal signal for the host's utility. He was an auditor of the apocalypse who was recording the end of his own men. The soldier was a memory of blood and iron, his name etched into the records of the 1998 disaster. The fire was in the barrel. Ultimately, the death of Murphy Seeker was the definitive law beat for the corruption of the UBCS. It proved that the pharmaceutical giant had built a system where the humans were the secondary resource. The marksman was a hero who had been erased by the very company he served. Jill Valentine moved forward into the night, with a clearer understanding of the corporate reaper's reach. The storefront was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The unit was a collection of monsters and ghosts. The execution was total. Part 17. Repairing the tram. The infrastructure. Gauntlet. Jill Valentine worked alongside the remaining UBCS operatives to power up the municipal tram system, which functioned as the only ticket out of the downtown district. This mission required a high-stakes movement through the city substation and the primary electrical hubs. The infrastructure of Raccoon City had been transformed into a gauntlet of fire and steel, where every alleyway housed a new biological threat. Jill navigated the narrow corridors of the substation, facing the specialized mutations known as Drain Dimos. These creatures were a documented proof of the virus's ability to rewrite the local ecology into a predatory hive. The repair of the tram was a tactical necessity that tested Jill's situational awareness and her mechanical intellect. She was forced to reactivate the regional circuit breakers while fighting through the parasitic swarms that infested the high-voltage equipment. The Nemesis T-type remained one step behind her movement, utilizing the urban layout to intercept her path at every junction. The pursuer turned the municipal mission into a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. The tram was the industrial prize that the organization sought to sabotage. The substation was a laboratory of black rot and electrical fire. The clock tower evacuation plan was the primary motivator for the survivors, as they believed a rescue helicopter was waiting at the municipal landmark. Jill coordinated with Carlos to ensure the tram was operational, providing the tactical guidance needed to bypass the police barricades. The city was a graveyard of broken glass and burning metal, its history being erased by the prehistoric fire. Jill moved with a directed resolve, her focus on the security of the civilians. The tram was a beacon of hope in a world of engineered horror. The gauntlet was real. The Nemesis utilized the urban infrastructure to initiate a series of high-stakes engagements during the tram transit. He launched a ballistic strike against the vehicle, forcing Jill to engage in a direct confrontation on the moving platform. This battle was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the hero and the god. The pursuer moved with a supernatural speed that mocked the laws of human movement. Jill utilized her tactical training to survive the encounter, but the tram was severely damaged by the viral rage. The machine was a cage for the struggle. The tactical environment of the downtown district provided the Nemesis with an absolute reach into the survivor's path. He utilized the rooftops and the municipal tunnels to stay ahead of the tram, preparing for his final strike at the clock tower. Jill monitored the status of the vehicle with a clinical focus, recording the data for her own survival. she realized that the evacuation was a documented trap designed to liquidate the STARS members. The gauntlet was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The tram was a relic of the old world. The repair of the transit system was a clinical success for Jill's professional resilience. She had successfully outrun the god and the necrotic swarms to secure a path for her allies. However, the cost of the movement was absolute. The city was dissolving into a pool of blood and steam, leaving the survivors to face the night alone. The tram was a memory of stone and ash, its wheels clicking on the metal tracks toward a terminal destination. The pursuer was waiting in the shadows of the tower. The gauntlet was nearly over. Part 18, 11 p.m., September 29th. The meeting at the perimeter. At 11 p.m. on September 29th, a rookie cop on his first day and a college student seeking her brother crossed paths at an isolated gas station on the municipal outskirts. Leon S. Kennedy and Claire Redfield arrived in the region just as the Raccoon City incident reached its absolute breaking point. This meeting was a documented anomaly that introduced two strangers who should never have met into the heart of the biological war. They encountered the first wave of the peak outbreak at the perimeter, realizing that the Midwestern peace was an industrial lie. The gas station was a stage for the prologue. Leon possessed a high state of professional integrity and a naive belief in the municipal law. He arrived in his uniform, ready to begin his career in a department that had already been liquidated by the prehistoric fire. Claire possessed a tactical focus and the unyielding resolve to find Chris Redfield, unaware that her brother had already departed for the European theatres. Together, they navigated the initial necrotic swarm at the station, piecing together the clues of the urban collapse. The rookie and the student were the final witnesses to the city's end. The environment of the perimeter was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of viral rot and mechanical decay. The duo moved through the shadows of the fuel pumps, utilizing their limited resources to neutralize the infected hosts. This engagement was a visceral demonstration of the power of the human spirit against the engineered horror. Leon and Claire formed an accidental partnership that would define the next 3 decades of the biological arms race. The gas station was a sanctuary that had been breached by the microscopic Reaper. The night was breaking. The arrival of the 2 survivors coincided with the total failure of the municipal containment protocols. The organization monitored their entry into the zone with a detached focus, recording the data on the new human variables. The rookie and the student were as disposable as the citizens they sought to save. They were the raw material for the final 72 hours of the Raccoon City experiment. Every bullet they fired was a recorded cost in the industrial audit. The gas station was a memory of blood and iron. The collision of their lives was a documented synchronicity that challenged the logic of the corporate god. They were 2 individuals who refused to be erased by the viral fire. Leon provided the tactical leadership, while Claire provided the emotional anchor for the mission. They departed the gas station in an abandoned police cruiser, moving toward the urban center with a directed resolve. The city was a funeral pyre that was waiting for their arrival. The perimeter was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. Ultimately, the meeting at 11 p.m. was the definitive law beat for the start of the Resident Evil 2 narrative. It proved that the prehistoric fire could pull even the innocent into the center of the laboratory. Leon and Claire were the prophets of the apocalypse that they did not yet understand. They moved through the dark roads toward the RPD station, their eyes fixed on the burning horizon. The gas station was the birthplace of a legend. The fire was in the blood, and the night was just beginning. Part 19. The burning streets. The separation. The entrance of Leon and Claire into the downtown district was marked by a visceral event of fire and ballistic trauma. A massive fuel truck, driven by an infected operator, crashed into their police vehicle and initiated a terminal explosion. This collision separated the two survivors on opposite sides of an absolute wall of fire, forcing them to navigate the hellscape of Raccoon City from two different angles. The separation was a documented shift in their tactical path, turning a unified mission into two parallel stories of survival. The burning streets were an industrial laboratory for their resolve. Leon moved toward the municipal precinct through the alleyways and the commercial storefronts, his uniform a target for the necrotic swarms. He utilized his tactical training to bypass the direct engagements, realizing that his ammunition was a finite resource. The streets were filled with the remains of the civilian population and the mechanical wreckage of the police response. Leon was a ghost moving through a world of engineered horror, his focus on the reunion with Claire. The fire was the environmental barrier that defined his tactical choices. Claire navigated the suburban blocks and the local parks. Her mind focused on the security of her brother's office. She encountered the specialized mutations that had escaped the initial containment, proving her extreme physical and mental resilience. Claire saw the faces of the neighbors in the monsters, a fact that reinforced her resolve to expose the corporate guilt. She moved through the blood-stained sidewalks with a directed rage, her handgun a tool for the survival of her family's identity. The student was a warrior in the dark. The organization monitored the separation of the two survivors with a clinical interest, recording the data of their individual progress through the urban gauntlet. They realized that Leon and Claire were effective tactical actors who could navigate the ruins of the social order. The burning streets were a documented success for the viral saturation of the local area. The fire was the industrial cleanser that was erasing the evidence of the corporate sin. The two strangers were pawns in a game of global shadows. The separation was total. The RPD station remained their only meeting point, an architectural beacon in a city of ash. Both survivors moved toward the Gothic halls of the precinct, piecing together the clues of the corporate betrayal. Every street they cleared brought them closer to the heart of the conspiracy and the final confrontation with the god. The separation was a visceral proof of the prehistoric fire's ability to isolate the human element. The burning streets were a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The fire was in the sky. The tactical coordination between the two survivors was maintained through the localized communication links and the notes they left for each other in the station. They remained a unified force, even when they were physically divided by the flames. This partnership was a documented miracle of the human spirit in a terminal environment. The burning streets were the stage for their final evolution into the heroes of the next decade. The separation was the prologue to their reunion in the laboratory dark. The night was long. Part 20, Robert Kendo. The Price of the Father. At Kendo's gun shop, the two survivors witnessed the absolute human cost of the biological outbreak through the tragedy of Robert Kendo. The shop owner, a close friend of Barry Burton and a supplier for the STARS unit, had chosen to stay with his infected daughter, Emma, rather than attempt to escape from the city. This encounter was the first time Leon and Claire realized that saving everyone was the impossible goal in a world of engineered reapers. Robert was a man of high character who had been reduced to a prisoner of his own maternal grief. The biological reality of Emma's infection was a visceral record of the T-virus's reach. She exhibited the pale skin and the clouded eyes of the necrotic shift, her human identity being slowly erased by the viral void. Robert held her in the back of the shop, his shotgun a useless tool against the microscopic enemy in her blood. He moved with an absolute despair that ignored the tactical logic of the survivors. The gun shop was a sanctuary of steel that was being consumed by the biological rot. The father was a ghost. The conversation with Robert provided Leon and Claire with a clinical perspective on the municipal collapse. He spoke of the betrayal by the city leadership and the failure of the police response. Robert realized that the city was a funeral pyre and that his daughter was the first to be burned. He chose to stay behind to protect her final moments of humanity, a decision that challenged the survival instinct of the rookie officer. The gun shop was an archive of failure, its history written in the blood of the Kendo family. The final act of the encounter was a documented tragedy of personal sacrifice. As Leon and Claire departed the shop, they heard the single gunshot that signaled the end of the Kendo lineage. Robert had chosen to terminate his daughter and himself to avoid the final necrotic shift. This act was a visceral proof of the total war between the human soul and the industrial god. The shop owner was a hero who had found his peace in the dark of his own store. The gun shop was a memory of blood and iron. The psychological impact of the Kendo incident was absolute for Leon and Claire. It hardened their resolve to dismantle the pharmaceutical giant and ensure that no other family suffered a similar fate. They realized that the prehistoric fire did not recognize the innocence of a child or the honor of a father. The gun shop was a clinical signal that the old world of the neighborhood was over. The survivors moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The fire was in the shop. Ultimately, the story of Robert Kendo was the most tragic law beat of the downtown investigation. It proved that the corporate greed had destroyed the social foundation of the city. The gun shop was a funeral pyre for the middle-class peace. Robert was a witness who had chosen the gun over the viral evolution. The survivors departed the scene as the last guardians of the truth, their eyes fixed on the precinct towers. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The father was gone. Part 21. Arriving at the RPD, the silent graveyard. When Leon and Claire finally reached the RPD station through the service entrances, they discovered an environment of absolute silence and mechanical decay. The Gothic halls of the precinct, which were supposed to be a safe haven for the citizens, were now an industrial graveyard of broken glass and blood-stained hallways. The police department had fallen hours before their arrival, leaving only the necrotic remains of the officers and the tactical gear. The station was a visceral record of the total failure of the municipal authority. The fortress was empty. The visual state of the precinct was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of viral rot and industrial betrayal. The main hall was filled with the abandoned barricades and the medical supplies of the last stand. Leon moved through the shadows of the statues with a professional focus, his mind piecing together the clues of the battle. He realized that his colleagues had fought with a desperate resolve, but had been overrun from within. The rookie cop had arrived at a funeral for his own career. The station was an archive of failure. Claire navigated the east wing of the building, her focus on the security of the Star's office. She encountered the necrotic swarms that patrolled the hallways, proving that the precinct was no longer a human settlement. She saw the faces of the officers who had been converted into biological assets for the organization. The station was a laboratory where the law was being erased by the fire. Claire moved with a directed rage, her handgun a tool for the survival of the species. The student was an auditor of the apocalypse. The organization monitored the arrival of the two survivors at the precinct with a clinical interest, recording the data of their movement through the Gothic architecture. They realized that the IPD was the perfect tactical stage for the final engagement with the Super Soldier project. The station was a closed loop of engineered horror that the survivors had to navigate to find the truth. The silent graveyard was a documented success for the viral saturation of the city center. The shadows were moving toward the light. The architecture of the precinct featured a series of mechanical traps and Gothic puzzles designed by the corrupt Chief Irons. Every door Leon and Claire opened brought them closer to the heart of the conspiracy and the personal archives of the killer. The station was a museum of industrial sin, where the human element was the primary subject. The survivors moved toward the central hub, their focus on the location of the remaining officers. The silent graveyard was a signal that the time for the city was over. The arrival at the RPD was the definitive law beat for the transition into the station investigation. It proved that the survivors were the only force left to challenge the logic of the corporate god. Leon and Claire were the prophets of an apocalypse that was already written in the blood of the officers. They moved through the halls with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the secret path to the laboratory. The station was a memory of stone and marble, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The night was long. Part 22. Marvin Branner, the last moral anchor. Marvin Branner served as the last hero of the RPD, acting as the moral anchor for Leon and Claire during their initial hour in the station. He was a veteran officer who possessed a high state of professional integrity and an absolute dedication to the safety of the survivors. Despite the terminal bite he was hiding beneath his uniform, Marvin refused to let his infection stop him from assisting the newcomers. He gave Leon his first professional orders. Don't hesitate. This command was a documented act of tactical guidance for the rookie cop. The officer provided the survivors with the necessary intel to navigate the precinct traps and the secret paths to the underground facility. He realized that his own life was reaching a terminal end and chose to sacrifice his remaining time to ensure the success of their mission. Marvin represented the human spirit's resilience against the industrial betrayal of Chief Irons. He was a man who stayed in the light while the world was dissolving into the dark. The office was his final post. The hero was a survivor. Marvin's refusal to allow Leon to help him was a visceral proof of his tactical resolve. He understood that every second wasted on an infected host was a second lost in the war against the prehistoric fire. He pushed the rookie forward, acting as a shield for the future of the department. Marvin was a witness who had seen the total collapse of the municipal order and had chosen to maintain his honor until the end. The bite was a documented weight on his physical and mental endurance. The Reaper was in his blood. The psychological impact of Marvin's presence was absolute for Leon Kennedy. He saw in the veteran officer the standard of the law he had sworn to uphold. Marvin's eventual transformation into a necrotic swarm was a recorded tragedy that redefined the rookie's professional resolve. Leon was forced to face the reality of the viral betrayal in the face of his own mentor. The hero had become a biological statistic in a world of industrial monsters. The office was a funeral pyre for the RPD honor. The tactical handover of the precinct keys and the mission data was a clinical success for the survivors. Marvin had successfully bridged the gap between the fallen officers and the new guardians of the truth. He died as a witness to the fact that the human element could still match the viral evolution through an act of collective loyalty. The veteran was a hero who had found his peace in the dark of his own station. The station was a memory of stone and marble. The night was breaking. Ultimately, the story of Marvin Branner was the most significant law beat of the precinct investigation. It proved that the prehistoric fire required a human price to be contained. Marvin was the last of the original heroes who had held the line against the corporate rot. Leon and Claire moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The veteran was a light that guided them through the fire. The office was silent once again, its secret buried under a mountain of viral rot. The hero was gone. Part 23. Leon in the West Wing. The liquor evolution. Leon Kennedy encountered the first liquor mutation within the narrow corridors of the West Wing on the 3rd floor. This creature was a documented evolution of the T virus, where the host's skin had been entirely discarded to reveal the exposed brain and the muscular fibers. The liquor featured a specialized tongue that functioned as a biological spear, allowing for a long-range tactical strike against the survivors. This encounter confirmed that the virus was moving past simple zombification into a state of predatory specialization. The West Wing was a laboratory for the evolution. The liquor moved with a supernatural physical output and an absolute lack of visual sensory input, relying on a high state of auditory awareness to track its prey. Leon was forced to utilize a stealth tactical approach to bypass the monster, realizing that any sound would trigger a terminal aggression. This engagement was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the human element and the viral god. The creature was an engine of pure viral fire that dominated the vertical space of the precinct. The hallways were a cage. The biological reality of the liquor included an absolute loss of the human identity and a total rewrite of the nervous system. The exposed brain was a clinical record of the viral intrusion into the frontal lobe, turning the host into a mindless predator. Leon monitored the performance of the creature from the shadows, recording the data for his own tactical survival. He realized that the organization had successfully created a Reaper that could liquidate an army within minutes. The West Wing was a museum of industrial sin and biological rot. The encounter provided the rookie cop with the final proof of the corporate guilt. He saw that the virus was not an accidental outbreak, but an intentional act of biological engineering. The liquor was a marketable product designed for the modern battlefield, a being that ignored the laws of nature. Leon moved through the records room with a directed resolve, his focus on the retrieval of the evidence. The monster was a signal that the time for the city was over. The night was breaking into a world of engineered horror. The tactical synchronization between Leon and the environment was essential for his survival against the liquor. He utilized the industrial clutter of the station to mask his movement and provide a tactical shroud. The creature was the unyielding force of nature that refused to stay deceased. Every engagement with the liquor was a documented test of the rookie's physical and mental endurance. The West Wing was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The Reaper was in the ceiling. The fire was in the brain. Ultimately, the first liquor encounter was the definitive law beat for the transition into the specialized biological war. It proved that the prehistoric fire had achieved a state of absolute structural adaptability. Leon Kennedy moved forward into the next phase of the investigation with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The West Wing was a memory of stone and ash, its history written in the blood of the officers who had faced the tongue. The monster was a shadow in the lab. Part 24. Claire in the East Wing. The Empty Stars Office. Claire Redfield successfully navigated the East Wing of the precinct to locate the private office of the Stars Unit. She sought the tactical intel and the personal records of her brother, Chris Redfield, believing that he was still trapped within the municipal perimeter. However, she discovered that the office was entirely empty, leaving only the tactical gear and the abandoned files of the Arklay survivors. A final diary entry confirmed that Chris had already departed for the European theatres to dismantle the corporate infrastructure. Claire's mission shifted from a search for a brother to a struggle for her own life. The environment of the office was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of professional history and personal loss. Claire moved through the shadows of the desks with a clinical focus, piecing together the clues of the STARS investigation. She realized that the team had been systematically silenced by the corporate handlers and the corrupt Chief Irons. The office was an archive of high character and failed hopes, its records documenting the total betrayal of the city leadership. Claire was a witness to the end of the legendary unit. The office was a tomb. The diary entry provided by Chris was a documented act of professional foresight. He had realized that the pharmaceutical giant was moving toward a global saturation and had chosen to take the fight to the corporate heart. Claire understood that her brother was no longer a local officer, but an international guardian of the truth. This realization hardened her resolve to survive the night and ensure that his mission remained successful. She was a student who was now carrying the weight of a legend. The fire was in the diary. The East Wing was filled with the necrotic swarms that had breached the municipal barriers. Claire utilized her tactical training to bypass the direct engagements. Her handgun, a tool for the survival of the species. She saw the faces of the officers who had supported the STARS unit, their bodies rewritten by the prehistoric fire. The office was a sanctuary that had been erased by the viral rot. Claire moved past the desks with a directed resolve, her focus on the security of the survivors. The room was silent. The organization monitored Claire's presence in the office with a clinical interest, recording the data of her interaction with the STARS records. They realized that she was a high-level human variable who possessed the technical skills to expose the truth. The East Wing was a documented laboratory for the final cleanup of the Arklay legacy. Claire was a being of pure tactical resilience who refused to be a pawn in the industrial ritual. The office was a memory of stone and marble. The night was breaking. Ultimately, the discovery of the empty office was the definitive law beat for Claire's transition into the independent hero. She had successfully outrun the ghosts of her past to challenge the logic of the corporate god. She moved forward into the next phase of the mission with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The STARS office was a funeral pyre for the municipal authority. Claire was the last guardian of the Redfield legacy, a woman who carried the fire in her heart. The night was long, and the brother was gone. Part 25. Chief Irons revealed. The taxidermy room. Claire Redfield discovered the secret laboratory of Chief Brian Irons, hidden behind the primary archives of the precinct. This room was a visceral record of the chief's absolute moral decay, filled with the stuffed remains of his human and animal victims. Irons wasn't just a corrupt officer. He was a documented serial killer who had utilized the chaos of the outbreak to indulge his darkest fantasies. The taxidermy room featured the body of Catherine Warren, the mayor's daughter, displayed as an industrial trophy. The room was a museum of industrial sin. The environment of the taxidermy room was characterized by a heavy scent of formaldehyde and viral rot. Irons moved through the shadows of his collection with a clinical lack of empathy, recording the data of his kills in a private journal. He viewed the city's collapse as an artistic opportunity to finalize his macabre vision. Claire witnessed the total betrayal of the social contract within the office of the law. The chief was a monster who was more dangerous than the zombies in the hall. The room was a cage for the innocent. The discovery of the mayor's daughter provided the final proof of Iron's involvement with the corporate reapers. He had kidnapped the girl to satisfy his own psychological delusion, utilizing his authority to bypass the municipal security. Claire realized that the precinct was not a fortress, but an industrial factory for the chief's violence. Every statue and every stuffed animal was a recorded cost in the industrial audit. The taxidermy room was a funeral pyre for the municipal honor. The killer was in the chair. Irons maintained a psychic dominance over the survivors through his control of the station's layout and the mechanical traps. He monitored Claire's movement with a detached focus, recording her fear for his own amusement. He was a being of pure human rot who had successfully outplayed the law and the company. The chief was a professional who utilized the prehistoric fire as a tactical shroud for his own crimes. The room was a clinical success for the organization's management of the local reapers. The fire was in the eyes. The confrontation with Irons was a visceral struggle between the old world of the student and the new world of the serial killer. Claire utilized her tactical resolve to challenge the logic of the taxidermist, refusing to become a biological statistic in his collection. The chief died as a witness to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize rank or personal obsession. He was reduced to a biological remnant within his own gallery. The room was silent once again, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. Ultimately, the revelation of Chief Irons was the most dangerous law beat of the precinct investigation. It proved that the guardians of the city were as corrupt as the people they hunted. The taxidermy room was a funeral pyre for the civilian peace. Irons was a hero who had been erased by his own dark heart. Claire moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The room was a memory of blood and iron. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The killer was gone. Part 26, Ada Wong. The FBI lie. Leon Kennedy encountered the operative known as Ada Wong within the dark of the municipal parking garage. Cloaked in a high-stakes FBI cover story, Ada utilized Leon's rookie sense of duty to her advantage. She claimed to be a federal investigator seeking the truth of the corporate betrayal and the location of the G virus. This lie was a perfect industrial tool that explained her professional combat skills and her high-level tactical intelligence. Ada was a mercenary who was using the law as a ballistic shield. The spy was in the garage. Ada needed a bodyguard to navigate the deeper umbrella facilities and the municipal tunnels. She assessed Leon as a capable but naive individual who could be easily managed through his own professional integrity. She utilized his uniform to bypass the police barricades and reach the heart of the conspiracy. Every step Leon took to protect the operative was a recorded victory for the industrial spy. The partnership was a tactical lie that held the survivors together. The rookie was a shield for the Reaper. The psychological impact of the FBI persona was absolute for the rookie officer. Leon believed he was assisting an official federal investigation into the source of the outbreak. He provided the heavy firepower and the tactical guidance needed to keep Ada safe from the necrotic swarms. Ada monitored his performance with a detached focus, recording the data of his combat resilience. The garage was the birthplace of a relationship that would redefine the biological arms race. The spy was an auditor of the rookie's soul. The biological reality of the G virus was the primary objective for the operative. Ada moved through the station with a directed resolve, her mind already calculating the market value of the purple liquid. she utilized Leon to clear the path toward the secret paths of the laboratory. The FBI jacket was a documented success for the industrial audit. The spy was a woman who lived in the gaps of the national security. The garage was a memory of stone and marble. The night was breaking into a world of engineered horror. The partnership between the spy and the officer was a visceral demonstration of the power of the human bond in a terminal environment. Ada provided the intel, and Leon provided the muscle. They were an effective unit that challenged the logic of the corporate god. Every door they opened brought them closer to the truth and closer to a final betrayal. Ada was a professional who was starting to feel the weight of the rookie's trust. The lie was the bridge to the next evolution. The fire was in the garage. Ultimately, the introduction of Ada Wong was the definitive law beat for the transition into the professional shadow war. It proved that the prehistoric fire was managed by those who understood the value of the information. Leon Kennedy moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The spy was a light that guided him through the fire. The garage was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The night was long, and the truth was a commodity. The partner was ready. Part 27. Ben Bertolucci, the silenced journalist. Ben Bertolucci was an independent journalist who possessed the primary evidence of the municipal corruption within Raccoon City. He was incarcerated in the holding cells of the RPD precinct, a position he initially utilized to protect himself from the necrotic swarms. Ben held the digital records and the internal memos that linked Chief Brian Irons directly to the pharmaceutical giant's bribe network. This intelligence made him the most dangerous witness in the city, representing a terminal threat to the corporate shield. The holding cell was a sanctuary of iron that eventually became his industrial tomb. The journalist monitored the municipal collapse from behind the bars, recording the sounds of the total social failure. He realized that the organization would never allow an individual with his level of intel to exit the perimeter alive. When Leon Kennedy located the cell, Ben attempted to trade his information for a safe extraction from the burning city. He understood that the law was no longer a functioning entity and that the rookie cop was his only tactical hope. The conversation in the cells was a documented audit of the corporate sin that had fueled the 1998 apocalypse. The execution of Ben Bertolucci was a visceral demonstration of the organization's absolute reach. Before he could hand over the final evidence to Leon, a high-level biological asset struck through the reinforced cell wall. The journalist was liquidated with a mechanical efficiency that ignored the physical barriers of the station. This act was a clinical necessity to sanitize the records of the Arclay incident and the municipal bribery. Ben died as a witness who had outrun the truth for too long. The cell was an archive of blood and industrial secrets. The biological force responsible for the execution was either the mutated Birkin or the T-103 tyrant, both acting as reapers for the corporate board. The termination of the journalist ensured that the specific details of Irons' corruption remained a secret within the burning precinct. Leon was left with the remains of a man who had held the keys to the conspiracy. This event was a documented proof that the pharmaceutical giant leaves no witnesses in the field. The holding cells were a funeral pyre for the investigative press. The psychological impact of Ben's death hardened Leon's resolve to dismantle the industrial machine. He realized that every person he met in the city possessed an agenda or a death warrant. The records Ben left behind provided the necessary context for the investigation of the underground laboratories. The journalist was a hero who had found the truth in the dark and had paid for it with his life. The cell was a memory of stone and iron, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The Reaper was moving toward the next target. The technical success of the silencing operation confirmed that the corporate Reapers were the masters of the station environment. They had successfully neutralized a high-profile target within a secure municipal facility. Ben Bertolucci was a biological statistic in a world of engineered horror. His story was a documented warning that the truth is a commodity that the Reapers will always seek to liquidate. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The cells were silent once again. Part 28. Sherry Birkin. The Girl in the Vents. Claire Redfield discovered a terrified 12-year-old girl named Sherry Birkin hiding within the service vents of the municipal precinct. Sherry was the biological daughter of William and Annette Birkin, making her the most important human asset in the building. She was an individual of high character who had been abandoned by her parents in the middle of a global catastrophe. Sherry possessed a unique situational awareness of the station layout, utilizing the narrow passages to avoid the necrotic swarms. The vents were her only sanctuary in a world of engineered Reapers. The girl was carrying a specialized pendant that functioned as a literal key to the pharmaceutical giant's greatest secrets. This jewelry contained a hidden compartment with a concentrated sample of the G virus and the digital encryption codes for the Nest facility. Sherry was unaware of the industrial value of the object, viewing it merely as a gift from her father. The organization viewed the child as a mobile laboratory that needed to be secured at any cost. Every step she took was a recorded movement in the industrial audit. The relationship between Claire and Sherry was a documented synchronicity of the protector and the innocent. Claire saw in the girl a reason to maintain her moral focus in an environment of viral rot. She utilized her tactical skills to shield Sherry from the biological gods that patrolled the hallways. Sherry provided the emotional anchor for the mission, her fear acting as a visceral reminder of the human cost of the outbreak. Together, they navigated the ruins of the station, piecing together the map of the Birkin legacy. The pursuit of Sherry by her own mutated father was a documented tragedy of the prehistoric fire. The creature known as G sought the child to spread its seed through a compatible genetic host. Sherry was a biological target for the monster that had once been a scientist. This predatory instinct turned the precinct into a high-stakes arena, where the father was the hunter and the daughter was the prize. Claire realized that the child was a ticking biological bomb that threatened the entire species. The fire was in the family blood. The presence of the girl in the station was a clinical success for the organization's observation. They monitored her movement through the internal sensors, recording the data on her survival against the necrotic swarms. Sherry was a miracle of resilience who had survived the total collapse of her social order. She moved through the dark with a professional focus that mocked her young age. The student and the child were a unified force that challenged the logic of the corporate god. The vents were a path to the future. Ultimately, the discovery of Sherry Birkin was the definitive law beat for the transition into the final 72 hours. It proved that the prehistoric fire had achieved a total integration with the domestic unit. The girl was the legacy of the Nest research, a child who carried the scythe of the apocalypse in a locket. Claire moved forward with an absolute resolve to save the girl from the Reapers and the father. The station was a memory of stone and marble, its history written in the blood of the Birkin family. The night was breaking. Part 29. Mr. X. Deployed. The silent juggernaut. To tie up every localized loose end, the pharmaceutical giant airdropped a T-103 Tyrant, designated as Mr. X, into the precinct. This super soldier was an industrial masterpiece of biological engineering, designed for the total retrieval of the G virus sample and the liquidation of all survivors. He moved with a supernatural physical output and a mechanical focus that ignored the laws of human warfare. Mr. X was a silent, unstoppable juggernaut that turned the station into a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. The Reaper had arrived in a trench coat. The mission parameters for the Tyrant were absolute. Retrieve the pendant from Sherry Birkin and eliminate the police presence. He utilized his massive size to crush the environmental barriers of the precinct, moving through the brick walls with a clinical efficiency. Mr. X possessed a high state of sensory awareness that allowed him to track the survivors through the sound of their movement. Every hallway became a death zone, where the rookie cop and the student were outmatched by the industrial god. The station was his private laboratory. The physical reality of the Tyrant included a specialized power limiter that maintained his human form and his tactical control. This limiter was a documented success for the Industrial Super Soldier project, allowing the Reaper to operate without the unpredictable mutations of the earlier models. He moved with a cold, detached aggression that mocked the panic of the survivors. Mr. X was a being of pure viral fire who refused to be stopped by ballistic fire. The trench coat was a tactical shroud for the monster within. The pursuit of Leon and Claire was a documented trial for the viral weapon. The organization recorded the data of every engagement, noting the effectiveness of the Tyrant's combat coordination. He was a professional who utilized his heavy limbs to neutralize the necrotic swarms and the human targets alike. The station was a cage where the survivors were being processed by the mechanical Reaper. Every encounter with Mr. X was a clinical test of the human spirit's resilience. The Juggernaut was a constant pressure. The arrival of the Tyrant signaled the end of the municipal order within the precinct. The remaining officers were liquidated by the monster, leaving only the two strangers to face the fire. Mr. X was a message from the corporate board. No witness would survive the night. He was a shadow that followed the survivors through the library and the offices. His footsteps, a recorded echo of the corporate sin. The station was a funeral pyre for the municipal authority. The Reaper was in the hall. The tactical environment of the RPD provided Mr. X with absolute reach into every room. He utilized the narrow corridors and the vertical spaces to ambush the survivors at key junctions. Leon realized that the Tyrant was an enemy that could not be arrested or bargained with. The only tactical response was a constant state of movement and an absolute focus on the exit. The Juggernaut was a signal that the time for the city was over. The night was long and the monster was silent. Part 30. Nikolai on the tram. The supervisor's betrayal. As Jill Valentine and the surviving members of the UBCS attempted to escape via the municipal cable car, the true colors of Nikolai Zinoviev surfaced. He was not a simple mercenary. He was a designated supervisor tasked with the collection of combat data for the organization. Nikolai realized that his own teammates were valuable only as biological subjects in the viral audit. He orchestrated a series of industrial accidents and tactical betrayals to eliminate his own team and secure the research data. The tram was a laboratory for his professional treason. The betrayal on the tram was a clinical demonstration of Nikolai's lack of human empathy. He viewed the lives of Carlos and Mikhail as secondary resources compared to the corporate paycheck. Nikolai utilized the mechanical traps of the transit system to isolate his targets. recording their performance against the pursuing nemesis. He was a professional who utilized the apocalypse to build his own private fortune. The cable car was a high-speed stage for a game of global shadows. The traitor was the master of the machine. Mikhail Victor initiated a final act of heroic sacrifice to stop the pursuit of the nemesis and protect the remaining survivors. Mortally wounded and cornered in the back of the car, he utilized a specialized grenade to blow himself up alongside the biological god. This act was a visceral proof of the human element's resilience against the corporate reaper. Mikhail's sacrifice bought Jill a few more minutes of life, but it cost the evacuation its only heavy enforcer. The tram was a funeral pyre for the veteran soldier. The tactical significance of the sacrifice was a documented delay for the Nemesis mission. The explosion derailed the cable car and forced the hunter to enter a regenerative state, allowing Jill to reach the clock tower. Nikolai monitored the destruction from a distance, recording the data of the grenade's impact on the viral host. He was an auditor of the apocalypse who was already moving toward his next objective. The tram was a memory of blood and iron, its wheels clicking on the tracks toward the end. The relationship between Nikolai and the organization was a documented transaction of power for data. He was being paid to witness the destruction of the city and the performance of the bio-organic weapons. Every death on the tram was a recorded success for his industrial masters. Nikolai moved through the shadows of the downtown district with a directed resolve, his focus on the liquidation of the other supervisors. He was a reaper who was erasing his own unit from the records. The fire was in the traitor's heart. Ultimately, the betrayal on the tram was the definitive law beat for the corruption of the UBCS. It proved that the mercenaries were merely the raw material for the industrial audit. Nikolai Zinoviev was the face of the corporate coldness, a man who turned the rescue into a slaughterhouse. Jill Valentine moved forward into the clock tower district with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The tram was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The unit was dead and the traitor was alive. Part 31, Nemesis. With the rocket launcher, the evolved pursuer. The biological god, known as the Nemesis, evolved into a high-grade hunter through the use of a specialized surface-to-air rocket launcher. He intercepted Jill Valentine at the St. Michael Clock Tower, obliterating the rescue helicopter just as it arrived at the courtyard. This act was a documented proof of the pursuer's tactical intelligence and his ability to utilize complex weaponry. The Nemesis was no longer just a physical brute. He was an industrial reaper designed for total environmental dominance. The clock tower was a graveyard for the hope of rescue. The ballistic strike against the aircraft resulted in a massive explosion that vaporized the pilot and the extraction gear. Jill was left on the burning courtyard, facing her enemy that had successfully neutralized every exit path. The Nemesis moved toward her with a mechanical focus, recording the data of her despair for the corporate archives. This engagement was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the survivor and the god. The clock tower was a laboratory for the final cleanup of the STARS unit. The fire was in the sky. During the struggle, the Nemesis infected Jill with a concentrated dose of the T-virus through his specialized tentacles. This act was a terminal decision by the pursuer to ensure the liquidation of the target through biological means. Jill collapsed on the courtyard, her nervous system being rewritten by the viral rot. This infection initiated a terminal countdown for her survival, forcing her into a state of acute medical trauma. The hero was a biological statistic in a world of engineered horror. The pursuer had struck the heart. The tactical environment of the clock tower provided the nemesis with absolute reach. He utilized the Gothic architecture to ambush Jill, his roars echoing through the urban ruins. The pursuer was a machine of viral rage that refused to stay deceased. Every engagement with the nemesis was a documented test of Jill's physical and mental endurance. The courtyard was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The Reaper was in the light. The fire was in the blood. The organization monitored the engagement from their secret terminals, recording the effectiveness of the T-virus injection. They realized that the nemesis had successfully neutralized the most resilient STARS operative. The pursuer moved away from the tower to initiate his own regenerative cycle, leaving Jill to die in the dark. The clock tower was a memory of stone and marble, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The nightmare was reaching its peak. The pursuer was ready. Ultimately, the first encounter with the rocket launcher was the definitive law beat for the evolution of the biological war. It proved that the corporate gods could adapt to any tactical situation. Jill Valentine was a hero who had been caught by the scythe of the Reaper. She remained unconscious at the tower, her life in the hands of a mercenary and a researcher. The night was breaking into the morning of October 1st. The fire was waiting. Part 32. Carlos at the RPD, the Shadow Timeline. While Jill lay unconscious at the clock tower, Carlos Oliveira headed to the municipal precinct to find a lead on a biological vaccine. This mission was a documented synchronicity that placed the mercenary in the station just hours before the arrival of Leon and Claire. Carlos encountered the necrotic remains of the police force and the early signs of the tyrant deployment. He moved through the Gothic halls with a professional focus, realizing that the city was not being rescued, but was being erased by the pharmaceutical giant. The environment of the RPD station during Carlos's investigation was a visceral record of the slow burn's end. He navigated the office of the STARS unit and the hidden passages of the chief, piecing together the clues of the corporate betrayal. Carlos saw the evidence of the organization's reach into the municipal law, realizing that his own unit was a disposable tool for the Reapers. He was a soldier who was fighting for a miracle in a world of industrial sin. The precinct was a graveyard of high character. Carlos encountered the specialized mutations known as lickers within the station corridors, proving his extreme tactical resilience. He utilized his military training to neutralize the threats, his heavy weaponry providing the volume needed to survive the night. He was a professional who refused to allow the viral rot to claim his identity. Carlos found the digital records of Dr. Nathaniel Bard, identifying the hospital as the location of the vaccine research. The station was a bridge to the survival of the hero. The organization monitored Carlos's movement through the station with a clinical interest, recording the data for their own biological audit. They realized that the mercenary was a high-level human variable who possessed the technical skills to disrupt the cleanup. The precinct was a laboratory where the soldier was being processed by the god. Carlos moved with a directed resolve, his focus on the security of Jill. He was a Reaper who was working against his own masters. The fire was in the hall. The investigation of the precinct provided the necessary context for the global bioterror war. Carlos saw how the T-virus had successfully liquidated an entire police department within a week. He realized that the prehistoric fire was a planetary threat that required an international response. The station was an archive of failure, its history written in the blood of the men who held the line. Carlos departed the precinct with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The shadow timeline was total. Ultimately, the arrival of Carlos at the RPD was the definitive law beat for the unity of the Raccoon City story. It proved that the survivors were all walking the same path toward the terminal truth. Carlos moved toward the hospital with the vaccine data, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He was the guardian of the hero, a man who had found his own path in the dark of the industrial nightmare. The station was a memory of stone and marble. The night was long. Part 33. Into the sewers. The secret artery. Leon Kennedy and Ada Wong descended into the municipal sewers to reach the heart of the corporate conspiracy. The drainage system functioned as a secret artery, connecting the municipal precinct directly to the Nest facility. This wasn't just a infrastructure for plumbing. It was a heavily fortified transport route used by the organization to move bioorganic weapons without the knowledge of the public. The sewers were a documented success for the corporate secrecy, a world of black water and industrial sin located beneath the urban streets. The environment of the sewers was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of viral rot and mechanical decay. Leon and Ada moved through the narrow tunnels, their boots clicking on the metal walkways. They encountered the specialized mutations that had escaped the initial containment, proving that the prehistoric fire had achieved a total dominance over the deep earth. The sewers were a laboratory of absolute horror, where the natural order was replaced by the logic of the scythe. The shadows were moving toward the center. The tactical significance of the sewer route was absolute for the retrieval of the G virus. It provided the survivors with a hidden path that bypassed the military barricades on the surface. However, the tunnels were also a death zone where the Reapers of the corporation patrolled the dark. Leon utilized his tactical training to clear the path, his uniform and targets for the necrotic swarms. Ada monitored his performance with a detached focus, recording the data for her industrial masters. The artery was a trap. The sewers featured a series of high-tech gates and industrial filtration systems designed to manage the biological waste of the laboratory. These structures were a visceral record of the organization's negligence, showing how the viral rot had been allowed to seep into the municipal ecology. The water was a toxic soup of engineered horror that fueled the growth of the monsters. Leon realized that the city was being poisoned from within. The artery was the source of the municipal end. The psychological impact of the sewer transit was absolute for the rookie cop. He felt the weight of the city's collapse in every drop of the black water. The tunnels were a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its history written in the blood of the maintenance workers. Leon moved with a directed resolve, his focus on the reunion with Claire and the security of the child. The artery was a bridge to the next evolution. The night was breaking into a world of fire. Ultimately, the descent into the sewers was the definitive law beat for the transition into the laboratory dark. It proved that the corporate rot went deeper than the surface world. Leon and Ada were the prophets of the apocalypse that was reaching its terminal peak. They moved toward the entrance of Nest, their eyes fixed on the sterile light of the future. The sewers were a memory of iron and concrete, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The artery was open. Part 34. The giant alligator. The ecological nightmare. In the drainage tunnels, Leon Kennedy encountered a discarded industrial experiment, a 60-foot alligator mutated by decades of T-virus runoff. This creature was a documented proof of the pharmaceutical giant's total negligence regarding the municipal ecology. Its existence confirmed that the viral rot had escaped the laboratory and had rewritten the local fauna into a predatory nightmare. The alligator was a biological god that dominated the sewer space with a supernatural physical output. The drainage system was its private hunting ground. The encounter was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the human element and the viral evolution. The creature moved with a lethal speed and absolute aggression that ignored the ballistic threat of the rookie officer. Leon was forced to utilize the industrial environment of the tunnel to neutralize the beast, initiating a high-stakes struggle for his own survival. He utilized an explosive gas line to deliver a terminal strike to the monster's nervous system. The explosion was a clinical necessity to stop the ecological reaper. The tunnel was a funeral pyre for the monster. The biological reality of the alligator included an absolute loss of the natural instincts and a total rewrite of the host's cellular structure. The creature was an engine of pure viral fire that consumed everything in its path. Leon monitored the performance of the beast from the metal walkways, recording the data of the encounter for his own tactical records. He realized that the organization had successfully turned the city's own ecology into a weapon against the citizens. The alligator was a signal that the fire was out of control. The tactical environment of the sewer provided the monster with an absolute reach. It utilized the water and the narrow pipes to ambush the intruders, its roars echoing through the deep earth. Leon's victory over the alligator was a documented miracle of tactical resilience and situational awareness. He had successfully managed the largest biological threat in the drainage system. The monster was reduced to a biological statistic on the concrete floor. The night was breaking. Ultimately, the encounter with the giant alligator was the definitive law beat for the corruption of the city's nature. It proved that the corporate sin had infected the very earth. Robert Kendo's shop and the municipal sewers were linked by the same prehistoric fire. Leon moved forward into the next phase of the investigation with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The tunnel was a memory of blood and iron, its history written in the remains of the monster. The nightmare was real. The termination of the alligator ensured the safety of the path toward the nest facility. Leon and Ada moved past the carcass with a total lack of professional hesitation, their focus on the retrieval of the sample. The creature was an obstacle that had been successfully bypassed by the superior tactics of the rookie cop. The drainage system was silent once again, its secret buried under a mountain of viral rot. The Reaper was gone, and the fire was waiting in the lab. Part 35. Annette Birkin, the paranoid scientist. Annette Birkin was the only high-level researcher left trying to stop the G virus from falling into the wrong hands within the municipal perimeter. Paranoid and grieving, she functioned as a solitary actor who sought to neutralize the industrial spies and the corporate reapers. She shot Leon Kennedy to stop him from assisting Ada Wong, whom she correctly identified as a mercenary for the organization. Annette was a woman of high scientific character who had been reduced to a target by her own husband's ambition. The scientist was a ghost in her own lab. The relationship between Annette and the pharmaceutical giant was a documented tragedy of professional betrayal. She realized that the company sought to steal the work of her family and liquidate the witnesses. Annette moved through the facility with a directed resolve, utilizing the internal security systems to monitor the survivors. She saw Leon as a pawn in a game of global shadows and acted with a clinical finality to protect the research. The shot was a visceral proof of her absolute lack of human trust. The psychological impact of the G virus development was a documented weight on Annette's soul. She had witnessed the total transformation of her husband into a biological god and was now facing the infection of her own daughter. Annette's paranoia was a clinical byproduct of her 30 years in the laboratory dark. She viewed the survivors as threats to the stability of the species. The scientist was a being of pure tactical regret who was fighting a war against the fire she had helped to light. The lab was her graveyard. The revelation of Ada's true identity was a documented success for Annette's investigative resolve. She challenged the operative's FBI cover story, exposing the mercenary logic that governed the spy's actions. This confrontation shattered the facade of the partnership between Ada and Leon, turning the survivors against each other. Annette was a witness who held the truth of the 1998 incident. The catwalk was the stage for the final judgment of the corporate reapers. The scientist was the voice of the end. The tactical environment of the laboratory provided Annette with absolute control over the tactical flow. She utilized the gas lines and the mechanical traps to isolate the intruders, recording their performance for her own archives. She was a professional who refused to allow the prehistoric fire to leave the facility. Annette's mission was the total containment of the Birkin legacy. The scientist was a reaper who worked to sanitize the record of her own life. The fire was in her eyes. Ultimately, the role of Annette Birkin was the most important law beat of the underground investigation. It proved that the corporate architects were the first to be consumed by the fire. Annette was a hero who had been reduced to a monster by her own obsession. Leon and Claire moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The scientist was a light that guided them toward the terminal truth. The lab was a memory of stone and marble. The night was long. Just part 36, the G embryo, the biological time bomb. The horror of the Raccoon City incident reached its clinical peak when it was revealed that the mutated William Birkin was instinctively seeking compatible genetic hosts to spread his seed. He chose his own daughter, Sherry, as the primary vessel for the G embryo. This act was a visceral demonstration of the virus's total dominance over the natural instincts of the host. The father had become a predator that sought to rewrite the biology of his own child. Claire realized that Sherry was no longer just a sick survivor. She was a ticking biological time bomb. The biological reality of the G embryo included a rapid cellular growth and an unyielding aggression toward the host's nervous system. If the embryo reached the terminal stage, it would burst from the host's chest to become a new, independent predator. This process was a documented achievement for the Industrial God Project, allowing for the total expansion of the viral load. Sherry was an individual who was carrying the scythe of the apocalypse in her own blood. The child was the raw material for the next evolution. The tactical countdown to save Sherry was the primary motivator for Claire Redfield during the laboratory investigation. She realized that she had limited hours to retrieve the devil vaccine from the heart of the Nest facility. Every encounter with the necrotic swarms was a recorded cost in the struggle for the girl's life. Claire utilized her tactical training to bypass the industrial traps, her focus on the security of the child. The student was a warrior who was fighting for the soul of the innocent. The fire was in the girl. The presence of the embryo provided the organization with a unique data point on the host compatibility. They monitored Sherry's physical decay from the internal sensors, recording the data for their own research into the viral transmission. The child weapon was a documented success for the industrial audit. The G virus was a being of pure biological power that ignored the laws of the species. Sherry was a witness who was being erased by the fire of her own father. The lab was her cemetery. The psychological impact of the infection was absolute for the young girl. She felt the weight of the monster in her blood, her human identity being slowly suppressed by the viral intrusion. Sherry moved through the dark with a directed resolve, her trust in Claire being the only thing that kept her breathing. The student and the child were a unified force that challenged the logic of the corporate god. The embryo was a visceral proof of the corporate sin. The fire was in the heart. Ultimately, the story of the G embryo was the most dangerous law beat of the final 72 hours. It proved that the prehistoric fire could turn a home into a factory for the apocalypse. Sherry Birkin was the prophet of a new era, where the child was the most valuable biological resource. Claire's journey through the laboratory was a documented struggle for the survival of the species. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The embryo was ready. Part 37, Ada and Annette. The shattered cover. On the high catwalks above the abyss of the nest facility, Annette Birkin confronted Ada Wong with the terminal truth of her identity. She exposed the operative as a mercenary for the organization, shattering the FBI cover story that had held the partnership with Leon together. This confrontation was a documented success for the researchers' investigative resolve, turning the tactical environment into a field of personal and professional betrayal. Ada was a reaper who had been caught in the light of the truth. The catwalk was a stage for the end. Annette revealed that Ada had been monitoring the Birkin research for months, utilizing the login credentials of her dead husband and the seduced researcher John Clemens. She viewed the operative as a parasitic variable that sought to steal the work of 30 years for a global payout. The confrontation reached its clinical climax when Annette utilized her handgun to deliver a terminal strike to the operative. This act was a visceral demonstration of the researchers' commitment to the containment of the fire. The cover was gone. The fall of Ada Wong from the collapsing bridge was a documented act of professional camouflage that Leon Kennedy witnessed as a terminal loss. The rookie cop was left alone on the structure, his trust in the operative reaching absolute zero. He realized that every word she had spoken was an industrial lie designed to facilitate her entry into the lab. The betrayal was a heavy weight on his professional soul, turning the hero into a solitary actor in the dark. The bridge was a funeral pyre for the partnership. The tactical significance of the confrontation was absolute for the final extraction. Annette's intervention delayed the retrieval of the G virus sample, allowing the self-destruct sequence to reach the terminal stage. The organization monitored the fall with a detached focus, recording the data on the operative's performance. Ada remained a ghost in the machine, utilizing her grapple gun to navigate the lower levels, while Leon believed she was deceased. The abyss was a tactical exit point. The spy was still alive. The psychological impact of the betrayal was a visceral beat in Leon's tactical evolution. He had to face the reality of his own naivety in a world of industrial reapers. The rookie cop moved forward with a directed resolve, his focus on the destruction of the facility and the security of the survivors. He was a survivor who had outrun the lie to face the final truth of the lab. The catwalk was a memory of stone and iron. The night was breaking into a world of engineered horror. Ultimately, the confrontation between Ada and Annette was the definitive law beat for the transition into the final act. It proved that the prehistoric fire required absolute clarity to be contained. The spy and the scientist were the two reapers who had built the world of the lab. Leon Kennedy was the only human variable that remained stable in the face of the betrayal. The catwalk was a funeral pyre for the corporate dream. The fire was in the heart, and the end was in the explosion. Part 38, Descending into Nest, the heart of the machine. Using the industrial cable car, Leon and Claire entered Nest through separate specialized terminals. This facility represented the true heart of darkness, a pristine environment of high-tech science hidden beneath the municipal rot. While the city above dissolved in the sun, the laboratory maintained a clinical atmosphere of sterile light and recycled air. The descent was a documented journey from the urban graveyard into the industrial birthplace of the apocalypse. The survivors moved through the reinforced gates, realizing that the corporate sin was a localized reality of white plastic and chrome. The facility was organized into several specialized wings, designed for the mass manufacture of the world's most dangerous pathogens. These clean rooms featured the latest biological equipment and autonomous security systems, providing the organization with a total control over the viral evolution. Leon navigated the reception hub, noting the absolute contrast between the Gothic precinct and the modern laboratory. Every corridor was a recorded proof of the massive investment the pharmaceutical giant had placed in the G-Virus project. The lab was a mechanical reaper that processed the human genome. The technical layout of Nest included a central elevator system that connected the primary research floors to the emergency escape routes. The facility possessed an absolute containment protocol that could be triggered during a terminal breach. As the survivors moved deeper into the structure, the automated systems began to register the presence of the intruders. The laboratory was a sentient entity that monitored the progress of the infection. Leon and Claire were the only human variables moving through a world of digital locks and viral swarms. The machine was ready. The presence of the specialized BOW units within the laboratory confirmed that the organization was prepared for a direct tactical engagement. The survivors encountered the Ivy mutations, which were documented results of the botanical research conducted in the East Lab. These creatures utilized the internal plumbing and the ventilation shafts to ambush the intruders, proving that the laboratory rot was as lethal as the urban rot. The facility was a garden of engineered death, where the natural order was replaced by corporate logic. The fire was in the pipes. The self-destruct sequence served as the final security measure for the Nest facility, ensuring that no evidence survived the night. The organization realized that the laboratory was a terminal liability once the G-Virus was loose. As the countdown initiated, the corridors were filled with the sound of mechanical alarms and moving steam. Leon and Claire moved with a directed resolve, their focus on the retrieval of the sample and the security of the child. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the corporate dream. The end was descending. Ultimately, the entry into the laboratory was the definitive law beat for the final 72 hours. It proved that the corporate reapers were the masters of the deep earth. Leon and Claire were the prophets of the apocalypse that was reaching its terminal climax. They moved through the sterile light toward the heart of the conspiracy, their eyes fixed on the purple liquid. The laboratory was a memory of stone and iron, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The descent was total. Part 39. The G-Virus. Sample. The Purple God. Leon Kennedy finally secured the primary G-Virus sample within the high-security core of the laboratory. This specimen was the physical embodiment of the industrial nightmare, a small vial of purple liquid worth billions on the global black market. It represented the terminal end of the human species and the birth of a self-evolving god. Leon held the vial with a professional focus, realizing that he was carrying the most dangerous commodity in the history of the 1990s. The sample was a heavy weight on his tactical soul. The biological reality of the G-Virus provided the organization with an absolute leverage against the global military powers. The specimen was a documented achievement of Birkin's 30 years of clinical research, a pathogen that bypassed the stagnant limits of the T virus. Leon monitored the internal sensors of the containment unit, noting the extreme stability of the viral load. The sample was a silent reaper that was waiting for a compatible host. The rookie cop was a guardian of the apocalypse. The retrieval of the sample was the moment the lie between Leon and Ada Wong reached its terminal peak. He realized that the operatives sought the vial for a private payout rather than a federal investigation. The purple liquid was the catalyst for their final betrayal, turning the partnership into an industrial standoff. Leon was a hero who had been caught in the middle of a corporate theft. The vial was a mechanical key that opened the door to the global shadow war. The fire was in the glass. The organization monitored the retrieval of the sample from their secret terminals, recording the data on the human variables. They realized that the G virus was the only asset that mattered in the final hour of the city. The sample was a documented success for the industrial audit, providing the necessary research to refine the next generation of Reapers. Leon moved toward the bridge with a directed resolve, his focus on the security of the future. The purple god was in his hand. The tactical significance of the vial was absolute for the survival of the pharmaceutical giant. Every rival syndicate sought the power of the G mutation to challenge the global status quo. Leon understood that the vial was a target for every Reaper in the facility. He carried the sample through the burning corridors, his handgun a shield for the prehistoric fire. The laboratory was a memory of stone and ash, but the virus was a permanent reality. The end was in the purple. Leon's role as the carrier of the sample confirmed his status as a high-level tactical actor. He had successfully outplayed the corporate security to reach the heart of the conspiracy. The vial was a documented miracle of engineering that had been stolen from the architect. Leon moved toward the final confrontation with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The purple god was a signal that the time for the city was over. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. Part 40, William Birkin's final forms, the apex predator. As Claire and Leon moved through the laboratory hubs, William Birkin continued to undergo a series of spontaneous and violent mutations. He transitioned from a recognizable man with a giant eye to a four-legged beast, and finally to a mountain of mindless pulsing flesh. These 5 stages were a documented record of the G virus's ability to rewrite the host's anatomy in a constant cycle of adaptation. Birkin was no longer a father or a scientist. He was an industrial apex predator. The scientist was gone. The first stage of the mutation was characterized by the emergence of a massive arm and a lidless eye in the shoulder. This form allowed the host to utilize industrial tools and follow a primitive tactical logic. As the viral load increased, the second and third stages resulted in the growth of secondary limbs and a reinforced muscular structure. Birkin moved with a supernatural physical output that ignored the laws of the species. The laboratory was a stage for the final evolution of the Reaper. The eye was watching. The 4th and 5th stages represented the total loss of the human identity and the absolute dominance of the viral fire. Birkin transformed into a distorted juggernaut of teeth and tentacles, his consciousness being erased by the prehistoric rot. He sought to consume every biological resource in the facility to fuel his continuous mutation. This process was a documented proof of the G virus's instability. The architect had become a monster that sought to consume its own children. The laboratory was his nursery. Biologically, The final forms confirmed that the G virus sought to achieve a state of perfect genomic adaptability. Every stage of the mutation was a documented success for the industrial audit. The organization recorded the data of Birkin's combat performance against the survivors, noting the extreme speed of the cellular rewrite. The predator was a machine of viral rage that refused to stay deceased. Every engagement with Birkin was a documented test of the human spirit's resilience. The Reaper was in the flesh. The psychological impact of the mutations was absolute for Claire and Leon. They were forced to fight the monster that had once been a man, realizing that the prehistoric fire had erased the soul of the architect. The final form was a visceral demonstration of the corporate sin. Birkin was a biological statistic in a world of engineered horror. The laboratory was a memory of blood and iron, its history written in the remains of the scientist. The predator was ready for the final strike. The termination of Birkin's final mass was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the G mutation. The survivors utilized the industrial environment and the specialized weaponry to neutralize the beast. Birkin died as a witness to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize the father or the genius. He was reduced to ash in the heart of his own laboratory. The apex predator was a memory of stone and marble. The night was breaking into a world of fire. Part 41. Annette's death. The tragic regret, mortally wounded by her own mutated husband. Annette Birkin provided Claire Redfield with the final instructions for the devil vaccine. This serum was the only tactical countermeasure capable of neutralizing the G embryo within Sherry's body. Annette realized that her 30 years of research had resulted in the total destruction of her family and her home. She was a professional who had been reduced to a victim by her own scientific hubris. The scientist was a ghost who held the cure. Before her physical end, Annette expressed a final, tragic regret regarding her role as a mother. She admitted that she and William had loved their industrial work more than their daughter, a confession that redefined her character for the survivors. This human variable was a documented shift in the laboratory drama. Annette chose to provide the vaccine to save Sherry, effectively choosing the life of her child over the security of the corporate secrets. The mother was seeking redemption in the ash. The biological reality of Annette's death was a recorded proof of the G mutation's lack of human empathy. Birkin had struck his own wife with a terminal force, his human identity entirely erased by the viral void. Annette died on the laboratory floor, her blood mixing with the prehistoric fire. This event was a documented end for the Birkin lineage. The scientist was a biological statistic in a world of engineered horror. The graveyard was full. The instructions for the vaccine provided Claire with the tactical tools needed to save the child. She moved through the facility with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the security of the future. Annette's death was a clinical signal that the old world of the researchers was over. The laboratory was a memory of blood and iron, its history written in the regret of the mother. The student was the last guardian of the Birkin miracle. The cure was ready. The psychological impact of the confession was absolute for Claire. She saw in Annette the terminal failure of the corporate ambition. The scientist had built a god and was surprised when she was burned by the fire. Annette's death was a documented proof of the total lack of empathy in the pharmaceutical giant. The lab was an archive of failure, its records documenting the sacrifice of a family for a corporate contract. The mother was gone, and the daughter was waiting. Ultimately, the death of Annette Birkin was the most tragic law beat of the laboratory investigation. It proved that the corporate reapers required a human price to be contained. Annette was a hero who had found her peace in the dark of her own laboratory. Leon and Claire moved forward with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The scientist was a light that guided them through the fire. The end was in the vaccine. Part 42. Ada's Truth. The Bridge Standoff. On the collapsing bridge of the Nest facility, Leon Kennedy confronted Ada Wong regarding the truth of her identity. The evidence of her mercenary status was absolute, shattering the FBI cover story that had held their partnership together. Leon wanted to believe her industrial lies, but the presence of the G virus sample and the Annette records provided a clinical proof of her betrayal. The bridge was a stage for the final judgment of the industrial spy. The rookie was alone. Ada held Leon at gunpoint for the retrieval of the purple vial, her professional mask maintaining a cold detachment. However, her hesitation to pull the trigger provided a documented proof that she had developed genuine feelings for the rookie cop. This human variable was a tactical error that compromised her mercenary mission. Ada was an operative who had been caught by her own heart in a world of viral rot. The standoff was a visceral demonstration of the power of the human bond. The tactical environment of the bridge was characterized by an absolute state of mechanical decay. The self-destruct sequence was entering the final phase, turning the facility into a furnace of fire and steam. Leon and Ada were two predators moving through the same dark space, their movements recorded by the internal sensors. The standoff was a documented failure for the industrial audit. The rookie cop refused to surrender the future to the corporate reaper. The fire was in the bridge. The psychological impact of the truth was absolute for Leon. He had to face the reality of his own naivety in a world of industrial reapers. Ada's betrayal was a heavy weight on his professional soul, turning the hero into a solitary actor in the dark. He realized that everyone he had met in Raccoon City possessed a private agenda or a corporate contract. The bridge was a funeral pyre for the municipal honor. The rookie cop was a witness to the end of the social contract. The confrontation provided the organization with a unique data point on the human element's resilience. They monitored the standoff from their secret terminals, recording the performance of the spy and the officer. Ada was a professional who had successfully managed the gods and the cult, but she could not manage the rookie's conscience. The bridge was a memory of stone and iron. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The standoff was reaching its terminal climax. Ultimately, the truth about Ada Wong was the most significant law beat for the transition into the final act. It proved that the prehistoric fire required absolute clarity to be contained. The spy and the officer were the two reapers who had built the world of the lab. Leon Kennedy was the only human variable that remained stable in the face of the betrayal. The bridge was a funeral pyre for the corporate dream. The fire was in the heart. Part 43. Ada Falls. The Abyss Exit. The bridge gave way during the final minutes of the self-destruct sequence, resulting in Ada Wong's sudden fall into the darkness. Leon watched as his partner plummeted into the abyss, seemingly to her terminal end. The G virus sample was lost with her, falling into the industrial waste of the laboratory core. Leon was left alone with the realization that his partnership was a documented lie. The fall was a clinical conclusion to the precinct investigation. The spy was gone. Leon Kennedy stood on the remaining section of the bridge, his mind piecing together the clues of the final betrayal. He realized that the city had taken everything from him, including his honor and his trust. The rookie cop was a solitary actor in a world of engineered horror. He moved toward the emergency elevator with a directed resolve, his focus on the survival of the child. The abyss was a memory of stone and ash. The night was breaking. The fall was a documented act of professional camouflage that allowed Ada to escape the perimeter undetected. She utilized her grapple gun to hook onto a lower structure, ensuring her physical survival in the dark. This deception was a clinical necessity to facilitate her private extraction with the viral data. Ada remained a ghost in the machine, monitoring the structural collapse of the facility from the shadows. The abyss was a tactical exit point. The spy was still alive. The psychological impact of the loss was absolute for Leon. He had outrun the god and the necrotic swarms, only to lose his partner to the corporate fire. He moved through the final corridors with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. Every explosion was a recorded cost in the industrial audit. Leon was a survivor who had found his peace in the dark of the laboratory. The fall was the first step in his final evolution. The biological reality of the G virus remained a permanent threat to the global security. The loss of the sample in the abyss was a documented failure for the organization's retrieval operation. The purple god was lost in the wreckage of the Nest facility. This act of industrial erasure ensured that the prehistoric fire remained a secret for a brief window. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the corporate dream. The fire was out. Ultimately, the fall of Ada Wong was the definitive law beat for the end of the partnership. It proved that the prehistoric fire required a human price to be contained. Leon Kennedy was the only guardian of the truth in a city of fire and ash. The abyss was a memory of iron and concrete, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The rookie was a hero who had outrun the Reaper. The night was long, and the end was in the sunrise. Part 44. Mr. X, Super Tyrant, the Flaming Reaper. As the countdown reached the final 3 minutes, the T-103 Tyrant underwent an absolute power limiter failure. The industrial shackle was destroyed by the environmental heat, allowing the Reaper to mutate into the Super Tyrant. He transformed into a clawed, flaming beast that possessed a supernatural physical output. On the primary lift to the surface, Leon Kennedy faced the final challenge of the industrial god. The Super Tyrant was a documented peak of the Tyrant project. The Reaper was ready. The battle on the lift was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the hero and the monster. The Super Tyrant moved with a lethal speed, his massive claw striking the industrial cover with a clinical force. Leon utilized his tactical training to bypass the direct engagements, his handgun a minor inconvenience for the Flaming Reaper. The lift was a cage where the municipal order was being liquidated by the prehistoric fire. The god was a machine of viral rage. A mysterious shadowed figure provided Leon with a specialized rocket launcher during the height of the engagement. This tactical gift allowed the rookie cop to deliver a terminal strike to the heart of the Super Tyrant. The resulting explosion vaporized the biological mass, ending the threat of the industrial god with a clinical finality. This act was a documented victory for the human spirit over the engineered horror. The lift reached the surface as the monster was reduced to ash. The Reaper was dead. The biological reality of the Super Tyrant confirmed that the organization had successfully created a Reaper that could adapt to any tactical environment. The mutation was a recorded success for the industrial audit, providing the necessary data to refine the next generation of Reapers. Leon monitored the performance of the monster from the lift platform, recording the data for his final report. The The super tyrant was a biological statistic in a world of engineered horror. The lift was a bridge to the light. The psychological impact of the victory was absolute for the rookie officer. He had successfully outplayed the most dangerous biological weapon in the corporate catalogue. Leon moved toward the extraction train with a directed resolve, his focus on the security of the survivors. The termination of the tyrant was a clinical signal that the time for the architects was over. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the industrial dream. The fire was out in the hall. Ultimately, the battle with the super tyrant was the definitive law beat for the end of the precinct investigation. It proved that the human element could match the power of the viral god through an act of tactical resilience. Leon Kennedy was a hero who had found his soul in the dark of the laboratory. The lift was a memory of stone and iron, its history written in the blood of the super tyrant. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The end was in the rocket. Section 9. Carlos and Jill, October 1st. Part 45. Dr. Nathaniel Bard, the sanitized scientist. Carlos Oliveira successfully located Dr. Nathaniel Bard within the high-security wards of the municipal hospital on October 1st. Dr. Bard was a lead researcher who had successfully developed a T-virus vaccine before the municipal collapse. However, the pharmaceutical giant had sent a specialized assassin to liquidate the scientist to ensure the vaccine evidence died with him. Carlos moved through the hospital with a professional focus, realizing that the organization was liquidating its own archives. The researcher was a dead man. The environment of the hospital was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of viral rot and industrial betrayal. Carlos found Dr. Bard's body in a sterile office, his life taken by a terminal shot to the head. He utilized the digital records of the researcher to secure the vaccine data and the physical samples. This intelligence was a documented miracle for the survival of Jill Valentine. The hospital was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The scientist was a biological statistic. The biological reality of the vaccine provided the survivors with absolute leverage against the microscopic reaper. Dr. Bard had successfully mastered the genomic repair of the T-virus, an achievement that threatened the corporate market. The organization viewed the cure as an industrial liability that needed to be erased. Carlos was a mercenary who was now acting as a guardian of the cure. The hospital was a laboratory where the truth was being sold for the price of a life. The vaccine was ready. The tactical significance of the mission was absolute for the containment of the fire. Carlos had to fight through an army of necrotic swarms and the specialized UBCS reapers to reach the ward. He utilized his military training to clear the path, his heavy weaponry providing the volume needed to survive the night. The researcher's death was a visceral proof of the corporate sin. Carlos was a soldier who had outrun the reaper to find the light. The hospital was a memory of blood and iron. The psychological impact of the discovery was absolute for the mercenary. He saw in Dr. Bard the terminal failure of the pharmaceutical promise. The scientist had been a hero who had been reduced to a target by his own company. Carlos moved toward the clock tower with a directed resolve, his focus on the recovery of Jill. He was a guardian who stayed in the gaps of the national security. The mission was a clinical success for the human element. The night was breaking. Ultimately, the story of Dr. Nathaniel Bard was the most dangerous law beat of the hospital investigation. It proved that the prehistoric fire required absolute clarity to be contained. The scientist was a witness who had been erased by the corporate scythe. Carlos Oliveira was the last guardian of the miracle, a man who carried the fire in his heart. The hospital was a funeral pyre for the industrial honor. The night was long, and the cure was a purple liquid. Part 46. Nikolai and the C4. The industrial cleanup. Nikolai Zinoviev's mission in the municipal hospital was characterized by an absolute goal: the destruction of any potential cures or evidence that could implicate the pharmaceutical giant. He rigged the facility with a series of high-grade C4 explosives, preparing for industrial cleanup of the ward. Nikolai realized that the vaccine was a terminal liability to the corporate stock. He monitored the progress of Carlos with a detached focus, recording the data of the betrayal. The hospital was a stage for the final act of the supervisor. The tactical timer of the explosives created a high-stakes environment for the mercenary. Carlos had to act with a supernatural speed to retrieve the vaccine and exit the perimeter before the detonation. Nikolai utilized the mechanical traps of the facility to delay the rescue, recording the performance of the soldier against the clock. He was a professional who viewed the lives of his teammates as disposable data points. The hospital was a laboratory of fire and stone. The traitor was in the dark. The destruction of the facility was a documented act of professional hygiene. Nikolai ensured that the records of Dr. Bard and the vaccine research were vaporized, preventing the BSAA from securing the evidence. He was a reaper who was erasing his own history from the industrial network. The C4 was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the biological truth. The hospital was a memory of blood and iron, its history buried under a mountain of concrete. The fire was in the walls. The biological reality of the hospital collapse confirmed that the organization was prepared to sacrifice its own infrastructure to protect its secrets. The necrotic swarms and the medical staff were reduced to ash in the explosion. This act of industrial erasure was a documented success for the supervisor program. Nikolai moved through the ruins with a directed resolve, his focus on the extraction of the combat data. The hospital was a funeral pyre for the municipal peace. The Reaper was alive. The psychological impact of the betrayal was a visceral beat in Carlos's tactical evolution. He realized that the unit was a lie built on a foundation of industrial sin. The mercenary moved toward Jill with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. He had successfully outrun the explosives to save the hero. Nikolai was a being of pure viral fire who refused to be managed by logic. The hospital was an archive of failure. The night was breaking. Ultimately, the rigging of the hospital was the definitive law beat for the end of the UBCS mission. It proved that the mercenaries were merely the fuel for the industrial audit. Nikolai Zinoviev was the face of the corporate coldness, a man who turned the city into a slaughterhouse. Carlos Oliveira was the only human variable that remained stable in the face of the betrayal. The hospital was a memory of stone and marble. The night was long, and the end was in the explosion. Part 47. The vaccine retrieved. The miracle in the dark. Carlos Oliveira successfully administered the T-virus vaccine to Jill Valentine during the final hours of the municipal collapse. This serum was a documented miracle that initiated an immediate biological recovery for the fallen star's hero. Jill's nervous system was purged of the viral rot, allowing her to reclaim her tactical focus and her motor coordination. The vaccine was a clinical success for the human element's resilience. Jill woke up to a world of fire and ash, her mind already on the final mission. The recovery was a visceral demonstration of the power of the Dr. Bard research. Jill's body successfully integrated the vaccine, neutralizing the concentrated dose provided by the Nemesis tentacles. She was a hero who had been pulled back from the edge of the necrotic shift. Carlos acted as her guardian during the recovery, providing the medical and tactical support needed to survive the night. The clock tower was a sanctuary that had been held by the mercenary. The miracle was total. Jill woke up to a city that had only hours left before the final sterilization. She realized that the social order had been entirely erased and that the Reaper was still hunting her through the ruins. She moved with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the destruction of the Nest 2 facility. The vaccine provided her with the strength to face the final evolution of the god. The hero was back in the game. The fire was in her blood, and the light was in her eyes. The ticking clock of the city was a documented pressure for the survivors. They understood that the US government was preparing a thermal strike to sanitize the perimeter. Every minute was a recorded cost in the struggle for the escape. Jill and Carlos coordinated their final move, piecing together the map of the secret tunnels. The partnership was a tactical synchronicity that challenged the logic of the corporate reapers. The miracle was a signal that the time for the architects was over. The hospital collapse served as the final preamble to the October 1st disaster. The survivors moved through the burning streets toward the industrial heart of the conspiracy. Jill Valentine was a reaper who carried the memory of the mansion and the city into the final laboratory. The vaccine was the key to her victory over the god. The night was breaking into the morning of the missile strike. The city was a graveyard. Ultimately, the retrieval of the vaccine was the definitive law beat for Jill's return to the field. It proved that the prehistoric fire could be neutralized by the human intellect. Carlos Oliveira was the hero who had secured the future of the Alliance. The clock tower was a memory of stone and marble, its history written in the recovery of the hero. The night was long, and the end was in the sunrise. The fire was waiting. Part 48, 3 minutes past midnight. Operation Bacillus. At 3 minutes past midnight on October 1st, the US government officially authorized Operation Bacillus. This was a documented mission for the total thermal destruction of Raccoon City via a high-grade nuclear missile. The federal authorities realized that the biological leak was a terminal threat to the national security and that the sterilization was the only way to contain the fire. The city was marked for absolute erasure. The 3 survivors were the only witnesses who had to outrun the strike. The authorization was a clinical act of political desperation. The government sought to hide its own complicity in the bioorganic weapon trade and the Arklay research. Raccoon City was a disposable asset that needed to be vaporized to protect the global status quo. Every citizen who remained in the perimeter was categorized as an industrial cost. The missile was a mechanical reaper that was moving through the sky. The countdown was absolute. The tactical countdown provided a final pressure for the escape from the Nest facility. Jill, Leon, and Claire had to reach the extraction points before the dawn of the first day. They moved through the final laboratories with a directed resolve, their focus on the security of the evidence. The city was a funeral pyre that was waiting for the final match. Operation Bacillus was the signal for the end of the 1998 era. The fire was in the sky. The psychological impact of the strike was absolute for the survivors. They felt the weight of the city's death in every second of the countdown. Raccoon City was a memory of stone and ash that was being erased by the law. The heroes were the only individuals who knew the truth of the industrial sin. The missile was a clinical success for the federal audit. The night was long, and the morning was a pillar of fire. The biological reality of the sterilization confirmed that the prehistoric fire required a terminal response. The T virus and the G virus were reduced to biological statistics in the thermal blast. This act of industrial erasure ensured that the city remained a secret for a brief window. The organization monitored the strike with a detached focus, recording the data of the final cleanup. The apocalypse was a documented success. Ultimately, Operation Bacillus was the definitive law beat for the end of the Raccoon City story. It proved that the corporate and political reapers were the masters of the final outcome. The city was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its history buried under a mountain of nuclear ash. The survivors were the prophets of a new era of global bioterrorism. The night was over, and the end was total. Part 49, Nest 2. The secondary infrastructure. Jill Valentine and Carlos Oliveira initiated a tactical breach of the industrial facility, designated as Nest 2, on the morning of October 1st. This site functioned as a specialized backup laboratory for the mass production of the T virus vaccine and the storage of failed experimental subjects. The facility was hidden beneath the municipal hospital, serving as a final repository for the corporate records that the primary lab could not house. Jill navigated the sterile corridors, noting the absolute contrast between the urban rot and the high-tech clean rooms. Every hallway was a recorded proof of the massive investment the pharmaceutical giant had placed in the biological arms race. The laboratory was a clinical graveyard of industrial sin. The technical layout of Nest 2 included a series of specialized zones for the cultivation of the T virus variants and the development of the final countermeasures. These zones featured the latest industrial equipment and autonomous security systems, providing the organization with a total control over the viral evolution. Jill utilized her technical skills to bypass the digital firewalls and reach the primary research hub. She realized that the facility was a factory of death that turned the biology of the species into a marketable asset. The laboratory was a mechanical reaper that was processing the human genome in the dark. The machine was ready. The presence of the specialized mutations known as pale heads within the facility confirmed that the organization was prepared for a terminal breach. These creatures featured a high regenerative capacity and a total loss of the human identity, their bodies rewritten by the prehistoric fire. Jill was forced to utilize an aggressive tactical approach to neutralize the threats, realizing that her standard ammunition was a minor inconvenience for the monsters. The Paleheads were a documented success for the industrial super soldier project. The laboratory was a museum of biological horror, where the natural order was replaced by corporate logic. The fire was in the flesh. The facility also served as the primary synthesis point for the large-scale vaccine project, led by Dr. Nathaniel Bard. Jill discovered the records of the failed experiments and the visceral details of the corporate cover-up. She realized that the organization had successfully sacrificed its own scientists to protect the secrets of the 1998 incident. The vaccine was the industrial miracle that was being utilized as a bargaining tool by the corporate board. Jill moved toward the central terminal, her focus on the retrieval of the cure. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the industrial dream. The end was in the vial. The automated security systems of Nest 2 initiated a localized lockdown as the facility detected the presence of the intruders. The corridors were filled with the sound of mechanical alarms and moving steam, turning the search into a high-stakes struggle against the clock. Jill and Carlos coordinated their movement through the laboratory hub, their focus on the security of the future. The facility was entering a state of absolute biological alert. Every door they opened brought them closer to the final truth of the Umbrella legacy. The laboratory was an archive of failure. Ultimately, the entry into the secondary laboratory was the definitive law beat for the transition into the final hour. It proved that the corporate reapers had built a world of sterile light that was as dangerous as the urban graveyard. Jill and Carlos were the prophets of an apocalypse that was reaching its terminal peak. They moved through the final corridors toward the heart of the conspiracy, their eyes fixed on the purple liquid. The laboratory was a memory of stone and iron, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The descent was total. Part 50, Tyrell Patrick's death. The last witness. Tyrell Patrick, the final surviving member of the UBCS unit, was liquidated by the Nemesis T-type within the primary hub of the Nest 2 facility. He was attempting to provide Jill Valentine with the technical data needed to reach the extraction terminal when the pursuer struck. The death of Tyrell marked the total extinction of the corporate mercenary force within the municipal perimeter. He was a professional soldier who had been reduced to a biological statistic by the very god his company had built. The loss was a documented proof of the UBCS's disposable status. The Reaper had taken the last soldier. The tactical environment of the laboratory provided the Nemesis with an absolute reach into the survivor's path. The pursuer utilized his specialized tentacles to breach the reinforced doors and neutralize the mercenary with a clinical efficiency. Tyrell's death was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the human element and the industrial god. He died as a witness to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize rank or professional loyalty. The laboratory was a stage for the final act of the industrial cleanup. The soldier was a ghost in the machine. The psychological impact of the loss was absolute for Jill Valentine. She had watched every member of the rescue unit be consumed by the viral fire or the corporate betrayal. Tyrell had been a hero of high tactical integrity who sought to protect the remaining survivors. His death left Jill and Carlos as the only independent actors within the burning facility. The loss of the last UBCS member was a documented signal that the time for the city was over. The hero was a solitary actor in a world of engineered horror. The soldier was gone. The organization monitored the liquidation of Tyrell from their secret terminals, recording the data on the Nemesis's combat coordination. They realized that the pursuer had successfully neutralized the final obstacle to the target. Tyrell was the industrial cost that had been paid to ensure the total erasure of the municipal evidence. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the mercenary honor. The death was a documented success for the supervisor program. Every casualty was a data point in the final audit. The Reaper was ready. The presence of the Nemesis within the laboratory hub confirmed that the pursuer was the master of the industrial environment. He moved with a supernatural speed and a mechanical focus that ignored the laws of human warfare. Tyrell's remains were left in the sterile corridor, a silent record of the corporate sin. Jill moved forward with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the termination of the god. The soldier was a memory of blood and iron, his name etched into the records of the 1998 disaster. The fire was in the lab. The termination of the last mercenary ensured that no witness survived to challenge the corporate narrative. Tyrell had successfully provided the survivors with a brief window of opportunity, but he had paid for it with his life. The laboratory was a cemetery of high character and failed hopes. The hero was a Reaper who had outplayed the god for a single second. Jill and Carlos moved toward the final confrontation, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The soldier was a light that had guided them through the fire. The night was long. Part 51. Nikolai's full reveal. The supervisor program. Nikolai Zinoviev initiated a terminal confrontation with Jill Valentine to reveal his true status as a specialized supervisor within the corporate hierarchy. He admitted that he was being paid by the pharmaceutical giant to witness the performance of the bioorganic weapons in an urban war zone. Every death he witnessed and every mutation he recorded was a documented data point for his private industrial paycheck. Nikolai had successfully liquidated the other supervisors to ensure he remained the sole owner of the combat records. He was a professional who viewed the apocalypse as a financial opportunity. The reveal was a clinical demonstration of the total lack of empathy in the corporate god. Nikolai viewed the lives of his teammates and the citizens of Raccoon City as secondary resources for the viral audit. He moved with a cold, detached aggression that mocked the panic of the survivors. The operative was a being of pure tactical nihilism who thrived in the atmosphere of engineered death. Nikolai was a reaper who worked from the shadows of the unit. The traitor was the master of the shadow war. The mask was gone. The tactical significance of the supervisor program was absolute for the organization's future research. Nikolai provided the board of directors with a real-world record of the T-virus's effectiveness against the human spirit. He monitored the performance of the Nemesis and the Tyrant models, recording the data for the next generation of Reapers. The operative was an industrial spy who possessed the keys to the future of the biological war. Every bullet he fired was a recorded cost in the industrial audit. The traitor was a successful experiment. The confrontation provided Jill with the final proof of the corporate guilt. She saw that the UBCS was not a rescue force, but a collection of laboratory rats led by a cold-blooded observer. Nikolai utilized the mechanical traps of the facility to isolate Jill, recording her fear for his own amusement. He was a professional who had successfully outplayed the law and the company. The laboratory was a stage for the final judgment of the industrial spy. The traitor was a being of pure viral fire. The psychological impact of the reveal was absolute for the remaining survivors. They realized that the hero of the unit was the primary villain of the night. Nikolai's betrayal was a heavy weight on the professional soul of Carlos Oliveira. The operative moved through the ruins with a directed resolve, his focus on the extraction of the combat data. He was a survivor who had outrun the Reaper to become the Reaper. The traitor was a documented success for the industrial cleanup. The night was long. Nikolai's mission was the total erasure of the municipal evidence and the collection of the viral specimens. He was a professional who refused to be tied to a single ideology or a single master. He departed the facility with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The supervisor was a ghost who moved through the fire without being burned. Every record he secured was a documented miracle for the industrial god. The traitor was the final word on the Raccoon City incident. The fire was in the heart. Part 52. Nemesis. Final form. The railgun engagement. The Nemesis evolved into a massive wall of mutated organs and necrotic tissue after suffering extreme physical trauma in the laboratory core. This form was a documented peak of the parasitic aggression, turning the pursuer into a formless engine of pure consumption. He sought to integrate the entire facility into his own nervous system to finalize the liquidation of the target. This transformation was a clinical signal that the prehistoric fire had outgrown the industrial container. The god was a monster that was screaming in the dark. The Reaper was in the flesh. Jill Valentine was forced to utilize a prototype railgun known as the Finger to to deliver a terminal strike to the monster's heart. This engagement was a visceral demonstration of the power gap between the hero and the biological god. The railgun was the industrial tool designed for the neutralization of the most resilient BOW models. Jill utilized the heavy weaponry to pierce the armored hide of the nemesis, initiating a total cellular collapse of the viral host. The engagement was a documented victory for the human spirit over the engineered horror. The god was dead. The biological reality of the final form confirmed that the T-virus sought to achieve a state of perfect structural adaptability. The nemesis had become a being of pure biological power that ignored the laws of nature. Every engagement with the monster was a recorded success for the industrial audit. The organization recorded the data of the railgun's impact, noting the termination of their primary research asset. The Reaper was reduced to a biological statistic on the laboratory floor. The night was breaking into the morning of the missile strike. The tactical environment of the final battle was characterized by an absolute state of mechanical decay. The self-destruct sequence was entering the final phase, turning the facility into a furnace of fire and steam. Jill moved through the ruins with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the extraction of the cure. She was a survivor who had outrun the god and the necrotic swarms. The railgun was a clinical necessity to stop the prehistoric fire. The hero was the master of the ending. The god was gone. The psychological impact of the victory was absolute for the survivor. She had successfully outplayed the most dangerous biological weapon in the corporate catalogue. Jill moved toward the extraction helipad with a heavier heart and a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The termination of the nemesis was a clinical signal that the time for the architects was over. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for the industrial dream. The fire was out in the hall. The end was in the sunrise. Ultimately, the battle with the final form was the definitive law beat for the end of the Star's narrative. It proved that the human element could match the power of the viral god through an act of tactical resilience. Jill Valentine was a hero who had found her soul in the dark of the laboratory. The railgun was a memory of stone and iron, its history written in the blood of the nemesis. The night was breaking into a world of absolute horror. The hunter was a memory. The end was total. Part 53. The self-destruct. The facility collapse. Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, and Sherry Birkin reached the emergency escape train as the Nest facility initiated its final self-destruct sequence. This event was a documented act of industrial hygiene, intended to sanitize the record of the corporate sin. The laboratory structure began to collapse under the pressure of the thermal charges, turning the corridors into a furnace of fire and steam. The survivors moved through the reinforced gates with a directed resolve, their focus on the exit from the subterranean graveyard. The countdown was absolute. The technical layout of the escape route featured a high-speed transit line that connected the laboratory core to the municipal outskirts. The survivors utilized the industrial train to bypass the final security locks and reach the surface world. As the train moved through the dark tunnels, the facility behind them was reduced to ash and stone. This collapse was a clinical proof of the organization's commitment to the erasure of the evidence. The laboratory was a funeral pyre for 30 years of research. The machine was dead. The psychological impact of the countdown was absolute for the three survivors. They felt the weight of the city's death in every vibration of the train tracks. Raccoon City was a memory of stone and ash that was being vaporized by the law. Leon and Claire coordinated the defense of the car, realizing that the prehistoric fire was still pursuing them through the dark. The self-destruct was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the biological horror. The night was breaking into a world of absolute fire. The organization monitored the collapse of the facility from their secret terminals, recording the data on the successful neutralization of the lab. They realized that the Nest research was a terminal liability that needed to be erased. The self-destruct sequence was a documented success for the industrial audit. The survivors were the only individuals who knew the truth of the industrial sin. The tunnel was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The fire was in the sky. The end was total. The biological reality of the collapse confirmed that the prehistoric fire required a terminal response. The T virus and the G virus were reduced to biological statistics in the thermal blast. This act of industrial erasure ensured that the city remained a secret for a brief window. The survivors moved toward the sunrise with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The train was a bridge to the next evolution. The night was over, and the end was total. The fire was out. The escape train reached the municipal perimeter as the final explosion echoed through the deep earth. The survivors were the only witnesses to the total failure of the pharmaceutical promise. The city was a funeral pyre that had been lit by the corporate board. Leon, Claire, and Sherry were the prophets of a new era of global bioterrorism. The self-destruct was the signal for the end of the 1998 social contract. The night was long, and the morning was fire. The end was here. Part 54, Birkin's last form. The train's siege. A massive mutation of William Birkin consumed the rear car of the escape train during the final minutes of the self-destruct cycle. This form was a documented wall of teeth and tentacles that sought to integrate the entire vehicle into its own biological mass. Birkin had become a mindless engine of pure consumption, his human identity entirely erased by the G-virus fire. The creature moved through the metal structure with a supernatural physical output, turning the train into an industrial slaughterhouse. The father was a monster. Leon and Claire coordinated a high-stakes tactical maneuver to decouple the infected cars and isolate the monster from the survivors. This struggle was a visceral proof of the human element's resilience against the industrial god. They utilized the industrial mechanisms of the train to separate the biological mass from the primary engine. Birkin was left in the collapsing tunnel as the train reached the surface world. The termination of the monster was a clinical necessity to stop the spread of the seed. The father was out. The biological reality of the final form confirmed that the G virus sought to achieve a total integration with the surrounding environment. Birkin had become a being of pure structural chaos that ignored the laws of the species. Every engagement with the monster was a recorded success for the industrial audit. The organization recorded the data of the decoupling, noting the termination of the architect. The Reaper was reduced to a biological statistic in the wreckage of the tunnel. The night was breaking into the morning light. The psychological impact of the encounter was absolute for the three survivors. They had witnessed the total degradation of the man who had built the laboratory. The final form was a visceral demonstration of the corporate sin. Birkin was a hero who had been reduced to a monster by his own obsession. The train's siege was a clinical signal that the time for the architects was over. The tunnel was a funeral pyre for the Birkin legacy. The fire was out in the hall. The end was total. The termination of Birkin's final mass ensured the safety of the survivors and the security of the future. The monster was vaporized by the self-destruct charges, leaving only the memory of the father in the ash. Leon and Claire moved toward the exit with a directed resolve, their mind focused on the protection of Sherry. The student and the officer were the masters of the ending. The Reaper was gone, and the fire was out in the deep. The night was long. Ultimately, the battle on the train was the definitive law beat for the end of the laboratory investigation. It proved that the prehistoric fire required a human price to be contained. William Birkin was the last of the original Reapers who had built the world of the lab. Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield were the only human variables that remained stable in the face of the betrayal. The train was a memory of iron and steel, its history buried under a mountain of viral rot. The father was a ghost. Part 55. HUNK wakes up. The Grim Reaper. HUNK regained consciousness in the municipal sewers following the total liquidation of his tactical team and the loss of the primary sample. He successfully secured a secondary G-virus tissue fragment and reached his extraction point at the municipal park on October 1st. This mission was a documented act of tactical survival that earned him the nickname of the Grim Reaper. HUNK was the only USS operative to exit the perimeter with the industrial prize. He was a professional who had outrun the apocalypse to fulfill his contract. The operative moved through the dark tunnels with a mechanical focus and an absolute lack of human empathy. He utilized his tactical gear to bypass the necrotic swarms and the mutated reapers that patrolled the sewers. HUNK was a being of pure professional resilience who ignored the laws of the species. He viewed the apocalypse as an industrial bottleneck that needed to be managed with absolute efficiency. The extraction point was a beacon of light in a world of engineered horror. The Reaper was ready. The biological reality of HUNK's survival was a recorded success for the industrial audit. He possessed a level of situational awareness and combat coordination that surpassed the standard elite operative. The organization monitored his progress through the municipal sensors, recording the data on the successful retrieval of the sample. HUNK was a hero who had been reduced to a target by his own masters. The sewer was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes. The Reaper was in the helicopter. The payout for the mission cemented his reputation as the industry's most effective operative. He had successfully outplayed the god and the cult to secure the future of the biological arms race. HUNK provided the organization with a physical record of the G-virus's effectiveness. He departed the city with a clearer understanding of the Reaper's reach. The operative was a ghost who moved through the fire without being burned. The mission was total. The fire was in the blood. The psychological impact of the extraction was a visceral beat in HUNK's internal narrative. He had watched every member of his team be erased by the viral fire, leaving him as the last witness to the Alpha Team failure. He accepted the nickname with a cold detachment, realizing that his survival was a documented miracle of the Shadow War. HUNK moved into the post-incident world as an independent agent, his focus on the security of the next evolution. The Reaper was alive. Ultimately, the story of HUNK was the definitive law beat for the survival of the industrial spy. It proved that the prehistoric fire was managed by those who understood the value of the information. HUNK was the last guardian of the Umbrella Miracle, a man who carried the scythe of the apocalypse into the future. The sewer was a memory of iron and concrete, its history written in the blood of the Alpha Team. The night was over, and the end was total. Part 56. The Nikolai Exit. The Shadow Operative. Jill Valentine and Carlos Oliveira cornered Nikolai Zinoviev on the primary helipad of the Nest 2 facility during the final minutes before the dawn. They successfully sabotaged his extraction and prevented him from leaving the city with the complete combat records. Nikolai had failed to stop the evidence of the corporate guilt from being extracted by the survivors. He was left behind in the ruins of the city as the final strike approached. The traitor was a witness who had been caught by his own arrogance. The confrontation was a clinical demonstration of the total failure of the supervisor program. Nikolai realized that his own life was reaching a terminal end and attempted to bargain with the survivors for a safe exit. However, Jill and Carlos refused to allow the Reaper to escape the perimeter. They utilized the industrial environment to isolate the traitor, recording the data of his tactical collapse. Nikolai died as a witness to the fact that the prehistoric fire does not recognize the salary or the professional loyalty. The helipad was his graveyard. The technical significance of the encounter was absolute for the containment of the fire. Jill successfully secured the primary vaccine sample and the digital evidence needed to dismantle the pharmaceutical giant. She departed the zone with Carlos in a specialized extraction helicopter, leaving the traitor to face the thermal blast. The organization monitored the failure with a detached focus, recording the data on the supervisor's end. Nikolai was the industrial cost that had been paid to ensure the total erasure of the evidence. The psychological impact of the exit was absolute for the remaining survivors. They had successfully outplayed the primary architect of the industrial betrayal. Nikolai's death was a visceral proof of the human spirit's resilience against the corporate rot. The traitor was a being of pure viral fire who had been caught by the hero. The helipad was a funeral pyre for the industrial honor. Jill moved forward with a directed resolve, her mind focused on the total eradication of the bioterror. The end was total. The biological reality of the incident confirmed that the prehistoric fire required absolute clarity to be contained. Nikolai had been a master of the Shadow War, but he was never the master of the survivors. His story was a documented tragedy of professional greed and personal coldness. The helipad was a memory of blood and iron. The night was over, and the end was in the sunrise. The Reaper was gone, and the light was rising over the ruins. Ultimately, the story of Nikolai's exit was the definitive law beat for the end of the UBCS mission. It proved that the mercenaries were merely the fuel for the industrial audit. Nikolai Zinoviev was the face of the corporate coldness, a man who turned the city into a slaughterhouse. Jill and Carlos were the only human variables that remained stable in the face of the betrayal. The helipad was a memory of stone and marble. The night was long. Part 57. The sunrise. The final horizon. Leon, Claire, and Sherry walked out of the municipal railway tunnel as the sun rose over the Midwestern horizon on October 1st. Behind them, Raccoon City remained a silent graveyard of stone and ash, its history being erased by the prehistoric fire. The survivors were a documented anomaly in a world of industrial erasure. They moved toward the municipal perimeter with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the empty roads. The countdown for the final thermal strike was reaching its terminal peak. The sunrise was the end. The environment of the sunrise was characterized by a heavy atmosphere of viral rot and mechanical decay. The trio moved through the shadows of the urban ruins, noting the total failure of the social order. They were the only human beings left breathing within the city of 100,000 ghosts. Leon and Claire coordinated the movement of the child, their focus on the security of the future. The sunrise was a visceral proof of the human spirit's resilience. The city was dead. The organization monitored the exit of the survivors with a clinical interest, recording the data for their own biological audit. They realized that Leon, Claire, and Sherry were high-level human variables who possessed the truth of the industrial sin. The sunrise was a documented success for the viral saturation of the local area. The fire was the industrial cleanser that was erasing the evidence of the corporate guilt. The 3 survivors were pawns in a game of global shadows. The sunrise was total. The psychological impact of the horizon was absolute for the 3 survivors. They felt the weight of the city's death in every second of the countdown. Raccoon City was a memory of stone and ash that was being vaporized by the law. The heroes were the only individuals who knew the truth of the industrial sin. The sunrise was the signal for the end of the 1998 era. The night was over, and the morning was fire. The end was here. The biological reality of the sterilization confirmed that the prehistoric fire required a terminal response. The T virus and the G virus were reduced to biological statistics in the thermal blast. This act of industrial erasure ensured that the city remained a secret for a brief window. The survivors moved toward the horizon with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the sunrise. The train was a bridge to the next evolution. The night was over, and the end was total. The fire was out. Ultimately, the sunrise was the definitive law beat for the end of the Raccoon City story. It proved that the corporate and political reapers were the masters of the final outcome. The city was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its history buried under a mountain of nuclear ash. The survivors were the prophets of a new era of global bioterrorism. The night was over, and the end was total. The sunrise was the signal for the final morning. Part 58, October 1st, 1998. The thermal erasure. The nuclear missile struck the urban center at dawn on October 1st, 1998. This event was a documented act of professional hygiene conducted by the United States government to sanitize the record of the corporate sin. The thermal blast vaporized the municipal infrastructure and the 100,000 citizens who remained in the zone. The prehistoric fire was reduced to a biological statistic in the heart of the explosion. Raccoon City was officially removed from the map. The strike was a documented success for the federal audit. The US government cited a catastrophic meltdown at the local power plant as the official cause of the disaster. This cover story was a clinical necessity to protect the national security and the global status quo. The authorities realized that the biological leak was a terminal threat to the human species, and that the sterilization was the only way to contain the fire. Raccoon City was a disposable asset that needed to be vaporized to protect the board of directors. The missile was a mechanical reaper. The organization monitored the strike from their secret terminals, recording the data on the successful neutralization of the city. They realized that the nest research and the municipal evidence were a terminal liability. The thermal erasure was a documented success for the industrial audit. The survivors were the only individuals who knew the truth of the industrial sin. The strike was the signal for the end of the 1998 era. The night was over, and the morning was fire. The end was total. The psychological impact of the erasure was absolute for the world. The public was told a lie that hid the reality of the biological war. Raccoon City was a memory of stone and ash that was being erased by the law. The heroes were the only individuals who knew the truth of the industrial sin. The strike was a clinical success for the federal audit. The night was long, and the morning was a pillar of fire. The city was a funeral pyre. The biological reality of the sterilization confirmed that the prehistoric fire required a terminal response. The T virus and the G virus were reduced to biological statistics in the thermal blast. This act of industrial erasure ensured that the city remained a secret for a brief window. The survivors moved toward the horizon with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the sunrise. The train was a bridge to the next evolution. The night was over, and the end was total. Ultimately, October 1st was the definitive law beat for the end of the Raccoon City story. It proved that the corporate and political reapers were the masters of the final outcome. The city was a graveyard of high character and failed hopes, its history buried under a mountain of nuclear ash. The survivors were the prophets of a new era of global bioterrorism. The night was over, and the end was total. The strike was total. Part 59. What each survivor did next. The new frontiers. In the immediate aftermath of the missile strike, the survivors of Raccoon City moved toward their separate professional and personal frontiers. Leon Kennedy was blackmailed into government service as a specialized agent for the DSO to ensure the protection of Sherry Birkin. He was forced to trade his personal freedom for the security of the child, becoming a federal reaper in the war against the biological giants. Leon moved into the shadows of the National Security Archives, his uniform a target for the next apocalypse. The hero was a prisoner. Claire Redfield continued her solitary search for her brother, Chris Redfield, within the European theatres. She joined the human rights organization known as TerraSave to challenge the corporate reapers on a global scale. Claire moved through the war zones and the refugee camps with a directed resolve. Her mind focused on the destruction of the pharmaceutical giants. She was a student who had become a warrior in the dark. The sister was a guardian of the truth. Sherry Birkin was placed in a high-security facility for federal custody and absolute biological monitoring. The government viewed her as the world's most valuable biological blueprint due to her G-virus antibodies. Sherry moved through the sterile rooms of her new home, her every movement recorded by the industrial sensors. She was a girl who had lost her family to the laboratory and her freedom to the state. The child was a biological god who was waiting for her time. Jill Valentine and Carlos Oliveira dedicated their professional lives to the total eradication of global bioterror through the alliance known as the BSAA. They moved through the international boardrooms and the hidden laboratories to dismantle the remnants of the Umbrella legacy. Jill was a hero who carried the memory of the mansion and the city into the final confrontation. The operative was a guardian of the species. Carlos was a soldier who had found his own path. Ada Wong vanished into the shadows with the G-virus fragment she had retrieved from the biological remains of the city. She delivered the sample to her handlers in the organization, securing her massive payout and cementing her reputation as the industry's most effective operative. Ada moved through the global black market with a clinical detachment, recording the data for her own survival. The spy was a ghost in the machine. HUNK delivered his sample and became a legend. Ultimately, the story of the survivors was the definitive law beat for the future of the Resident Evil franchise. It proved that the prehistoric fire had changed the face of human conflict forever. The city was a memory of stone and ash, but the fire was in the blood of the heroes. Every survivor moved toward the next evolution with a directed resolve, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The night was over and the morning was afire. The end was just the beginning. Part 60. The cover-up, the trials, and the dissolution. In the immediate wake of the thermal blast, the United States government and the pharmaceutical giant entered a fragile state of mutual silence to manage the planetary fallout. This tactical cooperation was a documented necessity to prevent a total collapse of the international political order. Both entities worked with a clinical focus to sanitize the records of the Arklay incident and the subsequent municipal failure. The radioactive ruins of the city were declared an absolute exclusion zone, restricted to federal cleanup teams and corporate auditors. The silence was the industrial shield for the guilty. The official story, delivered to the global media, was a catastrophic failure at the local power plant, leading to a city-wide meltdown. This narrative was a documented lie designed to hide the existence of the T virus and the G virus from the public record. The government utilized its authority to suppress the testimonies of the survivors and the investigative reports of the independent journalists. Raccoon City was presented as a tragic industrial accident rather than an intentional biological experiment. The cover-up was a clinical success for the federal handlers. Behind the scenes, the Raccoon City trials dragged on for several years within the international courts. The pharmaceutical giant utilized its limitless wealth to buy the silence of the witnesses and to destroy the remaining physical evidence. Every legal engagement was a recorded cost in the struggle for the corporate survival. However, the sheer scale of the disaster meant that the Raccoon City conspiracy eventually leaked into the public consciousness. The trials became a documented battlefield for the truth of the 1998 incident. The legal proceedings eventually exposed the government's own complicity in the bioorganic weapon trade. The evidence revealed a secret network of federal contracts and clandestine research projects that bypassed the national laws. This disclosure was a terminal blow to the corporate reputation, leading to a total collapse of the organization's stock value. The pharmaceutical giant was no longer an untouchable god. It was an industrial liability that the world sought to liquidate. The trials were the funeral for the corporate dream. In the year 2003, the final judgment resulted in the official dissolution of the Umbrella Corporation. The organization was dismantled and its assets were frozen by the international authorities. This act of industrial erasure was a documented end for the 1998 era. The company that had built the city was now a memory of stone and ash. However, the research data and the viral samples were already being scavenged by the shadow syndicates. The dissolution was a temporary reprieve for the species. The aftermath of the trials forced an absolute restructuring of the global security apparatus. The world realized that the corporate reapers were a planetary threat that required a unified response. The pharmaceutical industry was placed under a strict federal leash, ensuring that no second Raccoon City could occur in the sterile light. The cover-up had failed to stop the truth, but it had successfully delayed the justice. The ruins of the city remained a silent witness to the industrial sin. The night was breaking. The closure of the legal entity did not result in the destruction of the prehistoric fire. The reapers had merely moved from the boardrooms to the black market. The organization had been liquidated, but the virus remained a permanent reality in the global ecosystem. The survivors of the trials were the only individuals who knew the price of the silence. Every record and every memory of the 1998 disaster was a documented scar on the human history. The cover-up was the final word of the old world. Part 61: Why Raccoon City Changed Everything. The Global Bioterror Era. Raccoon City functioned as the Pandora's box of the modern age, marking the terminal end of traditional warfare. Before the missile strike, biological weapons were a localized corporate secret. After the strike, they became a global currency. The total erasure of the city proved that a single vial could liquidate an entire population and force an international intervention. This realization initiated a rapid decentralization of the biological arms race. The prehistoric fire was no longer confined to a single industrial laboratory. The T virus was no longer a restricted asset of a single pharmaceutical giant. Stolen samples and digital research data were successfully extracted by independent spies like Ada Wong and HUNK, flooding the global black market. This leakage created a world where small-scale dictators and localized terrorist cells could purchase the power of the apocalypse. The viral trade became a documented threat to the stability of every sovereign nation. The city's death was the starting point for an era of chronic biological instability. The birth of the global bioterror era forced the international community to create the BSAA, Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance. This organization was a documented necessity to manage the outbreaks that were now occurring on 3 different continents. The world was placed in a state of permanent biological alert, characterized by an absolute fear of the microscopic reaper. The military protocols were rewritten to include the containment of the necrotic swarms. Raccoon City was the template for the new world of fire and rot. The nature of human conflict was changed forever by the events of 1998. The traditional battlefield was replaced by the urban war zone, where the civilians were the raw material for the mutation. Every municipal infrastructure was now a potential laboratory for the next evolution of the god. The survivors of the city were the prophets of a disaster that the world was trying to ignore. The prehistoric fire had achieved a total integration with the modern social order. The Reaper was global. The legacy of the city was a documented warning of the price of the scientific hubris. It proved that the corporate reapers would always sacrifice the human element to protect the industrial payout. Raccoon City was a cemetery of high character and failed hopes, its history buried under a mountain of nuclear ash. The survivors moved into the next decade with a directed resolve to dismantle the black market. They were the guardians of a truth that the world was finally inhaling. The night was over. The technical success of the viral expansion confirmed that the prehistoric fire required absolute clarity to be contained. The T virus had successfully outrun the pharmaceutical giant that created it. The world was a different place, characterized by the persistent threat of the chrysalid and the mold. Raccoon City was the funeral for the old peace and the birthplace of the new horror. The fire was in the blood of the species, and the world was watching. The end was total. Ultimately, the death of Raccoon City was the most significant law beat of the entire biological war. It was the moment the human species realized that the Reaper was in the tap water and the air supply. Every mission and every engagement that followed was a recorded echo of the October 1st strike. The survivors were the last witnesses to a world that no longer existed. The fire was out in the ruins, but it was burning in the heart of the global market. The era of the god had begun.